like someone could be, whether it's for one or ten. There's no right or wrong answer. Sure, man. Do what it works.
WENJ.
We are live on a Thursday here at Chickie's and Pete's in in Atlantic City. I just was in EHT, but I drove over to Atlantic City. I'm at the Tropicana in Atlantic City. What's up, everybody? Thursday edition of the Sports Bash starts now. I'm your host, Mike Gill. Pete G is my on-site producer, and Josh Henning is back in the Ocean Casino Resort Studios. I didn't even know where I was today, Pete. I thought I was in EHT. I'm in Atlantic City. I drove from EHT over to Atlantic City. So here I am. Here we are. Good to be back on the air, on the road. Chickies and Pete's Thursday Night Football tonight. Got a good game. Commanders and Packers. Probably one of the best Thursday night games that I can remember that I'm excited for. I'm excited for this game, Pete G. I'm ready to go.
It's a big game for both teams.
It is a big game. We're going to get down because it is an NFC East game with the Commanders. It is also a game where both of these teams, if you listen to Unsportsmanlike this morning, they talked a lot about this game, and the theme of the game is this could be an NFC Championship preview. Are they forgetting that the team in Philadelphia right now, they are the defending Super Bowl champions? So Commanders and Packers theme throughout the day. We'll talk about it. Casey Joyner tonight. One thought, every NFL game, 5 o'clock. We do it right here on the Sports Bash. What else do we have going on today? Well, we're looking for the sweep. We're looking for the sweep. Yes. Remember when the Mets swept the Phillies and everybody was jumping off of all the bridges? It was crazy. It was lunacy. It was crazy talk, everybody. And now I said, get back to me in 2 weeks. And here the Phillies are winning again.
And by the way, some guy had 5 RBIs last night, and his name is not Harper, Schwarber, Turner, Real Muto.
Hey, I got to be honest. I think we all collectively owe Max Kepler an apology. So on the count of 3, everybody driving in their cars, listening to the Sports Bash right now, we're all going to apologize at the same time. I'll count the 3, and everybody in their cars listening, me, Pete, Josh, we will all say, I'm sorry, Max.
Should we give him another $5 million too, or no?
He made $10 million this year, actually. And I'll explain why the I'm sorry is necessary. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. I'm sorry, Max.
Max.
There you go. Josh, you didn't say I'm sorry.
You don't believe he deserves an apology there, Josh?
5 RBI last night.
Good for him. He's had a good month and a half.
Here's the thing. You say that as if you're dismissive. We all were dismissive of Max, myself included. I said, look, he's not going to be here. We just all assumed that after the trade deadline that they would get rid of him, they would call up Justin Crawford, and that he would be gone. And then we extended it to when August 15th came around and the date to have your rookie status saved, that would be the time that he would be out. Then people were very critical of him because he had struggled. And then he came out and said stuff, and people were even more critical of him. Like, what have you ever done, Max Kepler? Well, you know what he has done? He has shoved it up our keisters and said, you know what? The heck with you guys. In spite of you, I'm still going to come out and help this team. And you can make a strong argument that Max Kepler has turned into a very important figure in this team because right now he's the guy that's playing, not Nick Castellanos. He's the most important guy in that platoon because he's playing every single day. And Max Kepler, he could have folded to 10. He could have said, the hell with this place. And you know what he did? He said, I'm embracing it. He said last night, he had a great post-game interview last night. And, you know, I tweeted this, I wrote about this at 97.3ESPN.com at the beginning of the year, that Max Kepler will become a fan favorite. Because I remember watching him in Minnesota, and when he signed away from Minnesota to come to Philadelphia, the people in Minnesota, the Twins fans, were kind of upset. Like, this was their guy. He had been there. They liked him. So he was a popular guy. And he said last night, you know what? I said some things, but I've adjusted. I have figured out how to deal with it. Meaning on days when I know I'm not playing, I now have a routine. When there are days when I'm not in the lineup, I go and do this. It is helpful now that I'm mentally kind of prepared for what my role is, where before I wasn't really sure in terms of that was my fault. Like, I anticipated this. I never embraced that. Max Kepler has done his job. So I think everybody out there, owes Max Kepler an apology. Now, he had 5 RBI in the game last night. Now, is it going to be a 5 RBI in every single night? Of course not. But what he has done is he has added what, I asked the question famously many times of, I want to be in the room. I want to see the Hard Knocks video of Dave Dombrowski going. Now, in retrospect, I still don't think it was like the best signing, but now with Nick Castellanos' struggles this season, he has really been the left-handed bat, right? He has been the left-handed bat in the platoon with Nick Castellanos. So, hey, have you noticed that Nick Castellanos has contributed with the bat a couple nights now? He hit the double 2 nights ago, hit the single that drove in the only run. So now you're getting a maximized version of Nick Castellanos, and you're getting this version of Max Kepler, which, all of a sudden, Max Kepler's numbers, you start to look at it and say, man, you have to really believe in the back of someone's baseball card. That's what Rob Thompson said.
That was a great quote last night, by the way.
And he said, and that's going to happen at some point. Well, you're starting to get the best version of Max Kepler. You're also starting to get the best version of Brandon Marsh. I mean, Brandon Marsh has been unbelievable. And it's really been since, I think I saw, let me see if I can find these numbers real quick. I think it was from our buddy Paul Hudrick, actually, from Liberty Ballers, who covers the Sixers, of course. But Paul's a baseball fan. And he tweeted the numbers out. Here we go. Before going on the injured list, Brandon Marsh was 0 for 29 in the month of April. He has an 846 OPS in 326 plate appearances since he came back on May 3rd. He's hitting 287 for the season. That is 7th best batting average in the entire National League. That's the 7th best batting average in the league right now. Brandon Marsh. Now, he doesn't qualify for the batting title because he missed too many games. But if he had enough at-bats to qualify, 287 is the 7th best hitter in the entire National League. Now, is this a big enough sample size for Brandon Marsh that we're starting to say, I trust Marsh as a key cog in a playoff lineup? Brandon Marsh, can I play you? He's going to play a lot of the time. Here's the problem. Face a lefty. He's probably not going to be in the lineup. Although you started to see Rob Thompson kind of lately in times where he would pinch hit for Marsh in the past. We've seen him get some at-bats against left-handed pitchers. And last night, or was it last night or the night before, up against a left-handed pitcher, he got a chance to hit the ball the other way for a base hit. So Brandon Marsh, Max Kepler, those two guys who were much maligned months ago, they are now two key guys in this whole thing right now. 5 RBIs by Kepler last night. Brandon Marsh returns from being sick for a couple of games and gives the Phillies a little bit of offense. I'll tell you what, nice to see Bryce Harper join the party last night with a home run. I know it was late in the game. It didn't really matter all that much, but he had a 3-for-5 Brandon Marsh night, a 3-for-4, 5 RBI Max Kepler night. And, oh, by the way, Harrison Bader, 2 more hits in the leadoff hole. Is the Phillies' outfield still a problem?
No.
609-403-0973. That was an emphatic no.
I'll answer for everyone in this casino, everyone listening in the Delaware Valley. No.
All right.
No.
Well, text board is open, 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. Before we get to the text, a couple orders of business here. 1, listen for the sounder today. When you hear that contest sounder, be the right caller, and you can enter to win Eagles-Giants Thursday Night Football tickets. We're going to be live next, is it next Wednesday or 2 Wednesdays from now?
2 Wednesdays, yeah.
The 24th. We'll be live at Mainers and Margate, giving away a bus trip. All Eagles fans on the bus going to see Eagles-Giants. One lucky winner wins a pair of tickets, transportation to and from the game. Listen for that contest sounder to enter. Also, we've got a busy show today, including Bob Wankel, a Mike and Bob Thursday baseball chat, Johnny Mack, Andrew DiCecco, One Thought every game, plus Pete's Pizza. He's filling in for the Nuggets today.
I got a couple slices for you.
Okay. Kind of in the mood for slices over Nuggets today.
Okay.
Yeah.
Some cheese, pepperoni. Okay.
I'm a plain pizza guy.
All
Plain
right.
pizza guy. All right, Josh, hit me up on the text board. What do we got?
A couple texts we want to get to is 609-403-097. Let's start with Paul from Millville.
Paulie.
He says, I'm interested to see what the lineup is tonight, guys, because the Phillies need to go for this sweep and not take it easy on this Mets team. It's time to break the Mets spirit. I've been defending Kepler all year, says Paul in Millville, and it's amazing to see that I was right and he's performing now more than ever in a defined role. That's from Paul in Millville.
Hey, Paul, if you've been defending Kepler all year long, kudos to you. I think everybody was kind of like, I don't see how this guy fits there. I'm done with him. So kudos to you for defending him. I'll tell you what, he has stepped up, and they needed him to because they gave him a shot to be in the platoon. He's playing right field. We read his numbers as a right fielder versus left fielder the other day. He's much better as a right fielder. I don't know why that would affect your offensive numbers, but I guess peace of mind, playing a position that you feel more comfortable in, I guess maybe there's something to that. I don't know. But I never need to see Nick Castellanos play against a right-handed pitcher ever again in my entire life. And I can do that. I can afford to do that. Why? Because now I got Max Kepler, who is showing. And by the way, Kepler last night hit his 16th home run of the season, which I think is as many home runs as Castellanos has. I think they both have 16 home runs.
He also cracked a bat over his.
He did. Now, you put those two guys together, Kepler and Castellanos, right? All of a sudden, you have 32 home runs.
Yes, Kepler and Castellanos have the same number of home runs. Castellanos has more RBI, but Castellanos also played 17 more games than Kepler.
I was going to say, Casty has played more games, but you put those two together, you put one right fielder with 32 home runs together, and how many RBIs? You got about 100 RBIs between the two of them now?
115.
You got 32 homers and 115 RBI from your right fielders right now. Now, it wasn't like that all year because they weren't the platoon together,
right.
But that platoon's working. You put that platoon together, and I say, my right fielders combined have 32 homers and 115 RBI. Isn't that a good ROI? I mean, they're making $30 million between the two of them, so you better have those type of – you know what I'm saying?
But, Mike, it goes back to what you said before, which is you said that these guys have accepted their role.
All five guys have.
Right, and that Kepler said, I've changed my game plan and I've learned to accept my role. Like,
yeah, if you can find that Kepler, and I have the audio if you want me to send it to you, but I thought it was great what he said last night. I thought, like, to me, if you heard Max Kepler say what he said, you'd be like, you know what, I've given this guy a lot of bleep the whole season. Man, this guy, good for him.
And you know what, if Kepler keeps this up and goes absolutely bonkers in the playoffs, this guy is going to be remembered for a long time.
All of a sudden he's going to be remembered.
I'm serious. If he keeps this up and goes bonkers in the playoffs.
Well, listen. Right now, Harrison Bader. This is going to be.
That's another guy who could go bonkers in the playoffs and be remembered.
I want you to give me one answer here. You can only re-sign one. Bader, Schwarber, JT, Ranger.
Oh, I got to go Schwarber.
That's your 4 free agents right there.
Yeah.
Those guys are all free agents at the end of the day. Now, Bader is a mutual option, but as was it Hembo on yesterday? Or maybe Scott Lauber was on yesterday. We were talking about Bader might have put himself in position where he doesn't take the mutual option. He opts out because he was looking for a multi-year deal the way he's playing right now.
And I don't think the Phillies expected that to happen, right?
No way. No way did they expect to get this version of Harrison Bader. I said yesterday, think about what you had playing center field before. You had Johan Rojas playing center field. Now, defensively, these guys are comparable. I think Bader is a more polished center fielder than Rojas is, but Rojas was no stiff in center. But think about the offensive upgrade you have gotten, Bader over Rojas. I mean, it is astronomical. But I think when you put in perspective that game last night and what Castellanos has done in the series. Look, I've been a huge Castellanos detractor this season. I think he's been terrible for the most part. But he has 16 homers and 60-plus RBI. You put Kepler and Castellanos together, you now have 32 home runs and over 100, 115 RBI, I think Josh said?
Yeah.
That's a monster year for your right fielder, right? Now, again, they didn't play right field together the whole year. You had Castellanos as one guy with mediocre numbers, and you had Kepler in left with mediocre numbers. But you morph those two together as a platoon, that's a platoon. That's what a platoon is. You got two guys who both are now comfortable, getting comfortable swings. Kepler against right-handed pitchers. Castellanos now, even though Castellanos splits against lefties are not all that great. All right, here's what Max Kepler said last night about why he feels like he started to settle into his role.
I am more aware and conscious of the pattern that I'm now being played in. So, like I said, I feel like a week ago, I figured out a routine to help me lock in when I'm off. Like today, or yesterday, for example, I was in the cage doing work that usually on off days I wouldn't be doing, to keep me locked in and just honed in on maybe just seeing a baseball visually at a speed that you would in the game. And that just helps me be ready for the game when I am actually playing.
So some might answer what I'm thinking. Well, why weren't you doing that before when you were off, right? Why weren't you but maybe he was angry before. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he was just like huffing and puffing.
Well, that's why I'm saying I don't need to apologize to Kepler, but I will give him credit. I will say, hey, Max, you had a bad attitude. You didn't handle things for the first couple months. You made the adjustments, and now you come out on the other side better than you were before. And I appreciate the professionalism of you saying, I'm going to make better of the situation.
Yeah, listen, I can agree. I was very tough on him, and we all thought that he would be gone, and the Phillies would kind of move on and move on to a younger player. They kept him, and we said, what role does this guy have? But one of the problems and one of the things we did not foresee was the Phillies making the tough decision to basically platoon and phase out Nick Castellanos. That has been the main decision here, right? Can we all agree on that? The big boy decision by the Phillies organization was it's time to have the tough conversation with Nick. We let him play all year knowing that he wasn't our best option. But when push comes to shove and we want to win the World Series, we now have to make that decision. And he has to get on board or get left in the dust. And that is, you're now a platoon player. That was one of the problems in the first, half of the season up until really a couple weeks ago. It has been just recently that they have finally made this decision to have Kepler and Castellanos be the platoon over there. Marsh is the left fielder, and Harrison Bader is your center fielder. Now, Marsh obviously doesn't play a lot of times when there's a left-handed pitcher, Weston Wilson, but that's only – now, here's the problem. In the playoffs, you get a playoff series, and you place against – you're going to get Minaya if you face the Mets.
Maybe. I mean, these Mets they are free-falling.
Good point. But if you face the Mets, you get Minaya. You also get Peterson, who you're going to see tonight. The Dodgers have Snell, who's a lefty. Other than that, they don't really have another lefty, right? They got Glass now. No, they don't have another lefty in their rotation. So
it's just Kershaw and Snell.
Oh, yeah, Kershaw. Forgot about him. I'm assuming that Kershaw, he's been their best pitcher this year, but I guess in my mind, Kershaw is not one of their three, but maybe he would be on this year's team. Maybe it would be Snell, Glass, Snell. Maybe Kershaw is the three. So you might face two lefties in that series.
Well, I was going to say.
You would face two lefties in the Mets and the Dodgers right now are paired up. The
Correct.
winner of that series would play the Phillies. And now, depending on how many pitchers and how many, how it goes in their series, you might avoid one. You know what I mean? Like, let's say game one. Glass now probably would throw for the Dodgers, and I would assume, I don't know, that the Mets could go a variety of ways with their number one in a playoff. Like, you can go Nolan McLean. You could go Minaya. You could go, Senga's down at AAA right now. It depends on how these young guys go the rest of the way here. But if they pitch, the wild card games are what, on Wednesday? No, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday? Is that how that works?
Let me double check. By the way, I was just going to ask you why Glass now over Yamamoto?
Forgot about Yamamoto. He was hurt last year. I'm just trying to think about how their rotation.
Because to me, I would go Yamamoto, Kershaw, Snell.
No, you're right. Yamamoto would be first.
And Ohtani does not pitch at all.
Well, you don't need Ohtani to pitch if those three guys are going.
I would assume that Ohtani would be available as a closer, right?
Right. That's what Dave Roberts said earlier this year. He said that they would love to have Ohtani ready for high pressure postseason situations.
Yeah, they have but the point being
They've
is
been really careful with him this season. We can say that.
the point being is if you face the Dodgers or the Mets, there's a possibility that you could face two lefties, which means your left-handed lineup with Brandon Marsh and Max Kepler and Bryson Stott would probably be Weston Wilson, Edmundo Sosa, and Nick Castellanos for those games.
So your original question, so for the wild card round, it's a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday schedule.
Right, and you're hoping that goes 3 games, obviously.
Right. Then Friday, everyone is off.
And then everything starts Saturday the 4th.
Correct.
Uh-huh. All right.
So you're in a situation, as you said, if you're Philadelphia, you want that series to go 3 games because then it'll throw off one of the team's pitching staffs a little bit.
Well, if they have to use 3 arms, that obviously is a big help to the team that's just sitting around waiting.
Correct.
And, we've seen this with the Phillies in the past, where they played in the wild card. Wheeler and Nola pitched game 1 and game 2, and then Ranger Suarez starts game 1 of the next series. And then generally I think Wheeler has been back for like game 2 because if he pitches on Tuesday, he can usually come back and pitch again on Sunday. But I think there's a day off in between game 1 and game 2 this year for the National League. I think they play Saturday, October 4th, and then they play again on Monday, October 6th, I think.
Oh, so we can watch our Eagles in peace?
Yeah, but I
We
have a
gotta worry
quirk
about
for
it.
you. Did you see this last night?
I did see you tweet something like this, yeah.
So I have a schedule conflict night that's going to be craziness. I'll tell you what it is. Coming up next, follow me at Mike Gill Show. Watch the show on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Stop out to Chickie's and Pete's tonight. Watch the game. Commanders and Packers. Great Thursday night game. Plus the Phillies and Mets. We got more on that. Wait till you hear this scheduling conflict that's coming up for the Philadelphia sports teams. I got that coming up on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, live at Chickie's and Pete's. Don't forget, they got the A.J. Brown hot wings. Let's try those.
I did not have the chicken Caesar salad today. Very good.
Very good. We got the lineup when that's out for the Met game tonight. Phil's Mets going for the sweep. Bader, 3 hits last night, but let's talk about Christopher Sanchez. 6 innings, 6 strikeouts, lowers his ERA to 2.57. Kirkering comes in. You know, he hasn't pitched a lot recently. It looks like they're trying to work him back into the mix. Had a walk, which I don't like. A couple strikeouts. Alvarado gave up a home run last night, but he's not on the postseason roster. But then the offense just kind of exploded away once he was in the game. 11-3, Phil's win.
Sweet Lou Trevino, you forgot to mention him.
And Lou Trevino.
He's got a great lumberjack-type beard.
You think he's used it just for men?
I think so, but it's got a great look to him.
You think he's used it just for men?
I know Jason Kelsey is using just for men.
Well, Trevino's is thick black.
Who's more thick black, Jason Kelsey or Trevino?
I would say Trevino.
Yeah, I was going to say, Kelsey's beard is not quite as I don't know, maybe. I haven't seen Kelsey in a little bit. I didn't see him on the Monday night set the other night.
Well, he's wearing a blazer over top of just a T-shirt.
Yeah.
It looks terrible.
Not a good look.
I think that they have misused him, to be honest with you, but that's just me.
I think he's been misusing just for men.
You think he's using more of a dye job than Trevino?
That's what I'm debating. Like, who's got more intense?
You'll have
like,
to get a picture of Kelsey up.
Yeah, I'll get it.
I don't think I've seen him. Like, I saw him on the screen the other night, but I wasn't, like, intently. Where was I Monday night? That I didn't, like, I missed the Monday night countdown stuff. I was watching the Phillies game. I'm not watching Kelsey I think I'm wasting my time watching those 3 jamokes talk about Monday Night Football when I got the Phillies on.
Those jamokes.
Jason Kelsey has not one thing that I'm intrigued to listen to in that pregame show. That's nothing against him, but I don't need to hear that pregame stuff from a man wearing just for men. No,
Well,
if you're watching the stream right now,
He could clean up his appearance.
if you're watching the stream right now at Mike Gill Show, you would see that I am clearly not using just for men. Right?
It's true.
Nothing. I got gray here. I mean, now the top of my head is not gray yet.
There's no gray on the top of your head, correct.
I do have a couple grays, like, randomly on the sides. I have one little spot in the front that does get a little gray, but not, like, much. Not yet. I'm holding on for dear life here with the gray.
So I want to post on the stream, Mike, at Mike Gill Show, at 973 ESPN. This is from the Today Show. The Today Show brought this up the other day. This is their side-by-side.
All right, he's definitely using
Right?
it. Now, but that's on the New Heights show, right?
That's a picture of him on New Heights, and that's a picture of him last year on set
Well, there's no
for
question.
ESPN.
There's no question he's using shoe polish.
But look how dark. Like, there's a difference between, like, getting rid of the gray and going psycho black.
Oh, 100%. That picture right there, I haven't seen that picture. I don't watch New Heights.
I do.
So I want to see the picture of him on Monday Night Football from the other night, though.
Yeah, hold on.
Like, when was that picture from?
The picture I just showed you?
Yeah.
The last New Heights episode.
So recently?
Yes.
Yeah, he's got a lot of shoe polish in there. I mean, that thing was jet black. I mean, how do you go on like that? What do you think? People are dumb? Yeah, well, I mean.
There are a lot of dumb people in the
Yeah, I
world.
was going to say, that's probably not a fair question.
Not your best work there, Mike.
No. What do you think? People are dumb? Well, yes, I do, actually.
Now that you mention it.
Now that you mention it, you said, hi, you like to speak the obvious. Sorry. Yeah, but you're not fooling anybody with that dye job. I mean, Trevino comes in a Major League Baseball game.
Yeah, it's a great look, though, man. It's really a lumberjack beard.
Well,
And
yeah.
I appreciate
the
it.
lumberjack nature of the beard, but the fact that he's got the hair dye. Ryan Day, and someone just texted me. It's so funny because I was literally thinking, Ryan Day is got to be the poster child for Just for Men.
Yep.
Yes.
He is the weirdest looking dude I've ever seen. He just doesn't look real. I don't know if he wears makeup. Like, do you think he wears, like, I don't know. Is he just like his cheeks, his complexion is really red? don't you got like when you look at him, you're like something's not
Hold on,
right.
I'm
here.
pulling up a picture for the people on the street. Give me a second.
Seriously, Ryan Day,
Well, he goes shoe polish.
100%. It's not a question. But he's got like, I don't even know how to describe his look. Like, he's the weirdest looking guy. And the way his beard is cut.
There you go.
Yeah, that's not even doing a lot of justice there because of the angle that he's on.
But I mean, that's jet black.
It is, but like the way he cuts his beard is a little weird too. Like the way he does it, I don't know. He's definitely got a weird. I can't even describe it.
Someone just texted us, Mike. He says Ryan Day looks like he used a combination of Botox and Just for Men.
It's something like that. The whole look is poor. I don't condone it. I like to see him give that up. 1 week he just comes out. Guy's got a white beard, right? Is that the problem? Is his beard like full
I think
white?
so. Yeah.
He's not that
like
old.
Santa Claus.
He's younger than you, Mike.
Like if Trevino came to the mound and he just had a gray beard all of a sudden. I don't know. 609-403-0973.
I'll say Ryan Day is 46 years old.
He is younger than me.
Yeah.
Now, I have a lot of white in my beard.
In your beard, but not your head hair.
No, not in my hair. But I can't see Trevino's hair. Are you saying that Kelsey's also doing his hair?
Well, that's the thing, because he had the gray on the sides, too. In that side-by-side, it showed you that he literally had gray in his beard and his head. And then he went jet black. Like, that's why you're just like, bro.
Well, that's like Hollywood Hogan. You know, he went jet black, but his hair was not the same color. As
No.
Well, he only went jet black on the mustache. No, the beard.
the beard.
The
yeah, that's what I'm
beard,
saying,
yeah.
Kelsey doesn't need to do that, though. He's a man of the people. He's supposed to be anyway. You start to go shoe polish in the beard, now you're going to another tier, right?
Yeah, I don't think you should be tailgating with Bill's Mafia with shoe polish going on, right?
Not recommended.
No. 609-403-0973. Text board open today. When the Phils win, like they sweep out the Mets here, 11-3 win last night. Let me get you the updated standings just so you can kind of giggle here because now it's starting to just get sad and funny. My buddy's a Met fan, and he'll always send me, like when the Mets win, like they did a couple weeks ago, I was getting all these Met texts and gifts and stuff. And now it's just like, I texted him this morning the picture of, Rocky IV, stop the fight, throw the damn towel.
Right.
10-game lead in the National League East. 10 game. This was a 4-game lead when these two teams left Flushing the other, a couple weeks ago. I think it was 2 weeks ago, right? That series?
2 weeks ago,
2
yeah.
weeks ago. Because I said to everybody, get back to me in 2 weeks. Where's my man Pat in Ocean City? Haven't heard from him. Nothing. I got crickets on that. Get back to me in 2 weeks. And listen, the one thing we wondered, is it the Mets or was it Citi Field? Now, someone suggested last night that the Mets have to be cheating at Citi Field.
By the way, I found the full shot of Kelsey's outfit. You ready to shake your head, Mike?
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Yeah, it's not. I mean,
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying.
it's a bad look.
It's not
Now
a good look.
now like it's almost like Kelsey is trying too hard. You know what I mean?
Way too hard. Like, first of all, it's bad enough you're dyeing your hair. Now you're wearing a T-shirt over a button-down shirt because you like a donut place in Chicago. Okay, come on, man.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Kelsey's going to put himself in that position where people are like, all right. Like my girlfriend said to me tonight, this guy's on TV every second, everywhere. Like, he's starting to be that guy, right? You don't want to be that guy.
Wait until Travis Kelsey retires and he goes full-time, Taylor Swift's husband, marketing. It's going to be worse.
Like Bill in Absecon says, I believe he told Pat McAfee before that he colored his beard to keep it dark. Well, that's generally the reason why.
That's usually the reason why people dye their hair. That's not a real explanation.
Hey, why do you dye your beard? Well, I'd like to keep it dark.
Thanks.
Yeah. Who's pitching today?
Back to the Phillies.
Luzardo.
Is it Luzardo today?
Yeah.
And because Walker Bueller's tomorrow.
Yeah, well, Bueller's Friday.
Oh, David Peterson's pitching for the Mets tonight. That's right.
Yeah, it's Luzardo versus Peterson.
Now the Dodgers won last night. Dodgers started
against the Rockies.
Yeah, they're already the Rockies. They've won 4 in a row, L.A., so they keep it at 4 games here. So the big The last obstacle for the Phillies, really, is that series coming up with the Dodgers. Okay, this is what's coming up for them. You got the Mets tonight, and even if you lose this game to the Mets, you're still 9 up on them. But Kansas City for 3. I got a fun Kansas City stat for you guys, The Phillies will be playing Kansas City on Sunday at the same time that the Eagles will be playing Kansas City on Sunday. Phillies beat Kansas City in the 1980 World Series, and the Eagles beat Kansas City in the Super Bowl last year. So Kansas City, sorry.
This one's for you?
This one's. Then the Dodgers are Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. That's the last hurdle. That's the last obstacle.
By the way, the Dodgers still do not have a starter assigned for Monday.
No, but you're going to get Suarez, Sanchez, and Luzardo in the dot. No Walker Buehler. He's pitching the next inning against Arizona. Would have been cool to see Walker.
That
Buehler
would have been cool
against the Dodgers. But you're getting your top guys: Suarez, Sanchez, Luzardo. And I'll tell you what, that is your chance to see how those 3 lefties match up against the Dodgers. Because if you play them in the playoffs, this whole what did Hembo say yesterday? He doesn't care about the 3 lefties.
He's with me.
He's with you. He's with a lot of people who just say, don't care. Now, I think most people are on the I don't care. It's these teams that are not. That's the difference. I personally don't care about breaking up the lefties. I'm telling you, though, that that's what generally the teams want to do. Like, they have this, we got to split up the lefties mentality. Now, against the Dodgers, you're going to get Suarez, Sanchez, and Luzardo. Lefty, lefty, lefty. So you're going to get a good preview. Now, against them, you're going to see Blake Snell on Wednesday night, so that's one lefty in that series there. You're going to be able to stay up for those games? 10-10 starts, all 3 of them.
I've been looking forward to this series for a while.
You like the late start.
I better stay up for that. Yes.
That's a tough one, man.
Even if it's for, a number 2 seed, like this series is going to be.
You got, by the way, Monday night, you got Phillies-Dodgers, 10 o'clock. It's a Monday Night Football doubleheader.
Oh, my goodness. We starting off with those again.
Well, this year you got the doubleheader 7 and 10. Then the next week, I think it's 2 games at the same time. Right, Josh?
Yes.
So
2
this
weeks.
week it is a 7 and a 10.
But 2 weeks from now, it's that
Yeah.
overlap. One game's are 7, and I want to 8 kind of.
So we get like a Lewis Riddick, Dan Orlovsky.
Ooh.
Yep.
Little Steve Levy.
Oh yeah.
Steve Levy does not dye his hair.
What? All right, what do we got on the text board?
I wanted to get some of these texts because the audience.
He might not dye his hair, but he might wear a piece.
Oh, now you want to go down that rabbit hole?
That's a whole other conversation. Bill in Luz, Delaware, chimes in the text board, says Ryan Day looks like one of the elites from the Hunger Games.
I never saw Hunger Games.
He does kind of look like one of those weirdos.
I never saw it, so I can't comment.
I
But
can.
he is a weird.
Peter, you ever watch Hunger Games?
No, I cannot.
Oh,
Speak.
come on. You guys are no fun. Another text chimed in and says, if Kelsey starts spray painting NWO on people, then you know something's up.
That's a good one. You see Kelsey jump through the Bills Mafia table. Some poor Bills fan is on the ground, and he gets up and spray paints like "Go Birds."
Cole, I got to squeeze in one more.
Forget the NWO. He just goes, "Shh, Go Birds."
Gives a little for life.
For life.
Oh man,
Birds for
Bo
life.
Allen comes out and splashes the guy from the top of some guy's Chevy.
Now you get Bill's Mafia involved.
Yeah.
Cole from LBI says there is rumors out there that Ryan Day actually has a pierced nipple. The dude is definitely a weirdo for sure. That's from Cole and LBI.
I mean, that's up to him. I don't have any judgment on that type of gentleman there. If he wants to do that, whatever. But, yeah, I've heard some weird, he's kind of an oddball. He just looks odd, that's all. He just has an odd look. His dye job is just not – there's not a good dye job. You don't say, hey, that's a good dye job. They're oxymorons. You have a dye job.
Yep.
Not a good or a bad one. It's a one. That's the problem. All right, I told you about the scheduling quirk. All right? It is coming up for Philadelphia sports fans. How are you going to play this night? And it ties into our contests, actually. That's a little tease for you. Stick around. I'll explain next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. And that's our contest sounder right now, 609 573 3776. 609 573 3776. Caller number 7. You are entered to win tickets to see the Eagles Giants Thursday night, October the 9th at MetLife Stadium. We'll be live at Maynard's in Margate on Wednesday, September 24th. You must be present to win the tickets. One lucky winner will walk away with a pair of tickets, transportation to and from the game, full tailgate party, driving up the bus with all Eagles fans to watch the Eagles play the Giants at MetLife Stadium. You must be caller 7 to enter right now. 609 573 3776. Caller number 7. Good luck. We'll see you at Maynard's in Margate. Coming up next, it's a Mike and Bob Thursday baseball chat on the Phils. All right, 3 o'clock, Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN. Chickies and Pete's I don't know where I am today. Not Galloway. I'm in Atlantic City. I'm at the Trop every Thursday for the last, 10 years. And somehow today I was in EHT, then Galloway. No, I'm at the Trop in Atlantic City. What's up, everybody? A lot of good stuff in the first hour. Phillies rolling, looking to sweep the Metropolitans. We'll do a Mike and Bob Thursday baseball chat today. Bob Wankel from the Fighting Words podcast. He is jumping on board right now. This hour of the show is brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, and installation for generations. Call 609-390-3907, online, broadlees.net. Bob Wankel is here with us, talking a little Phils as they go for the sweep tonight against the Mets. And 2 weeks ago, they got swept by the Mets, Bob. What has changed in your mind about this baseball team? Why is it all of a sudden they are far superior than the Mets are?
Harrison Bader, an improved Bryson Stott, and an improved Max Kepler. Guys that, in Stott and Kepler specifically were two of your weakest links offensively, have done a complete 180 here and salvaged their seasons. And Harrison Bader, one of the things that we talked about is this team needs a bat. It needs help in the outfield. It needs a difference-making bat. And, they go out and get Harrison Bader, and you kind of go, he's all right. But since he's been here now, you're looking at a guy who's played 34 games. He's hitting .336 with the Phillies with a .403 on-base percentage. He's slugging .536. He has been that guy. He has been that difference maker, and he's changed everything for them.
He really has. Now, I guess the one question would be, is this sustainable? I mean, you're not getting 3 hits out of him every single night, but, what version of Harrison Bader do we anticipate? He has been a guy, has been up and down for playoff teams. He has been in the playoffs with many teams, and this guy you're getting right now, it's like, hey, if I have this guy right now, you can win a World Series with this guy, but that's been the problem with this team is you're not getting the hot version of guys in the playoffs. So I don't know that this is a sustainable thing for him.
I certainly wouldn't bank on these numbers, playing out for the remainder of the season, but can he stay reasonably hot for the next 6 weeks and push the Phillies into an October playoff run and into a deep one? I think it's possible. I mean, heck, even if he just regresses to what he was with the Twins this year, where he hit .258 with a .339 on base percentage, that's markedly better than what the Phillies were getting from these outfield spots. So when you look at what he's brought, and he's been very good defensively as well, and the energy and just the kind of the total package, he's been a little bit of a vibe changer for this team. I think it's it's given these guys a big jolt. And then obviously Bryson Stott has been very good as well. We talked about Kepler, who had a huge game last night, and he's been much better for the last month to 5 weeks or so. And even Brandon Marsh is really given this team a lot since that month of April, where everything was just a disaster for him. So, look, I mean, the bottom of this order is really giving the Phillies some punch, and it makes them much more formidable right now.
That's the big thing is you look at this lineup now without Trey Turner and no Alec Boehm, what you're getting from the top of the order with Bader kind of setting the table. Were you surprised that, number one, they went with Bader? Then Thompson said, well, we probably won't put him there against righties. And then last night he was back there against righties. I'm pretty intrigued to see who's there again today. I would imagine it's Bader, that he kind of going to be that guy. But were you surprised that they didn't go back to Schwarber?
I don't think that they want to hit Kyle Schwarber leadoff in the postseason. And so I think knowing that you're likely to get Trey Turner back, barring setback, I think you're best served at this point leaving Kyle Schwarber where he is. If you don't have to take out the core pieces of your lineup where they're going to be next month, why do it? And as well as Bader has played, I also don't think you have to worry about a more veteran guy being susceptible to trying to do too much or overcompensating when he moves up in the order to lead off. Whereas Bryson Stott right now is in a really nice groove, and he's getting on base and he's doing all the things you want him to do. But do you really want to mess with that? And so I would be a little bit more reluctant to move a guy like Bryson Stott up towards the top of the lineup. So I think that Bader is just the short-term stopgap that really doesn't have a downside to doing it.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if he keeps this up and then Turner comes back at some point. Where do they use Bader? Because he's an offensive weapon that they really haven't had. And then when Boehm comes back, he was hitting in the 8 hole.
He can go right back there.
Right, I would say that makes this lineup a lot longer, though. Hitting Bowman the 8, I think we don't mind as much. Hitting him 4th or 5th, that's a whole different story. But if you can get this version of Bader, I will say this, Bob Wankel. We talked about this in the first segment. You know, you now have Kepler and Castellanos, and obviously Castellanos' role has diminished. But the two of them combined have 32 home runs and 115 RBIs. That's what you're looking for from a platoon. Put the two guys together, now you have a guy making $30 million worth.
Yeah, I mean, obviously both of those guys were primary starters for a lot of the year, so it skews it a little bit. But
sure,
what you
but
are getting out of
at the end of the day, if the means, the ends justify the means, you have a right field combination now with 32 home runs, 150 RBIs. If those two guys can handle their roles, hey, you're going to play and bang. And Kepler seems to be buying in.
Yeah, it does. I think both of these guys, Kepler more so has been more verbally accepting of this new role as the season has gone on. Castellanos, not that he's really come out publicly and railed against it or has been a malcontent publicly or anything like that. I think he's still probably trying to adjust to this, and he's not happy, and nor should he be. But listen, if he's productive and he's been okay here now in this role, he's given them a little bit in recent games. And if Kepler can continue to kind of swing the bat the way that he has for like the last 30 games, like I'll take out last night, but if you just stretch it back to the last 30 or so, he's hitting 267. He's slugging 476. Like that gets it done. Maybe you're not going to see out of your mind Max Kepler, but if you can give me 267, get on base around 33% of the time and slug near 500, then like, okay, like I can go for that. So it definitely gives this outfield a little bit better of a look. And I'll say this, myself, I only speak for myself. I was wrong. Like I said, you have to move on from Max Kepler.
Everybody.
And I'm surprised that they stuck with him. But kudos to the Phillies for doing it because he has proven that that's been a good call, at least right now. I mean, who knows what happens next month, but he's really given this team something when it looked like he was absolutely cooked.
Well, Bob, I mean, listen, I think we all figured after the trade deadline, if they don't move Justin Crawford, that he would be the guy that would come up and Kepler would be out of here and you don't have to worry about him anymore. It's like, stop blasting Kepler. He's not going to be here anymore. Then he was here. And the next thing you know, not only was he here, I think we started today's show where the whole audience, we all had to say, I'm sorry, Max. Well, we had a big I'm sorry moment.
So there's to borrow something from my colleague Kevin Kincaid, who always says two things can be true. Like, you don't have to apologize to Max Kepler. He's hitting 221 with a 306 on base percentage. Like, this signing, what he's giving them right now is great, and I applaud him for that. But like, that doesn't make this a good signing. Like, this was a mistake.
Totally agree.
He did not fit in this lineup. You take the duration of the season, and all's well that ends well. Like, if this thing finishes with them winning in October and he continues to play at this level, then you can say like, okay, good signing. But at the same time, like this. They have not gotten what they paid for here either.
Well, you're right about that. Now, if they would have used him in this capacity all year long with Castellanos playing half the time or really, 25% of the time, I wonder how that would have mapped out. If he just
It wouldn't have because he would not have signed that deal if this was the plan all along, I would imagine. And, one thing I'll say is that you've gotten to this place in September with Nick Castellanos, but to the Phillies' credit, they gave him every opportunity in the world, especially in the second half when he was really struggling to get himself out of it. And he really just couldn't do it. And so it was sort of like a soft landing to arrive at this point where he's become a platoon player. If you would have just gone into the season back in April or March and said, hey, Nick, we're going to reduce your role, I think that that would not have gone well.
I agree. And I think the Phillies have kind of handled this the right way. They let him play even when it probably internally they were probably like, we got to do something here. But They said, you know what, we're winning. Let's not rock the boat until we have to.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the Phillies probably arrived at the same conclusion that most of us arrived at weeks before they actually took action on it. And I think when you understand his stature and his, the pedigree and the success he's had throughout his career, it's all said and done. Nick Castellanos had an above average Major League Baseball career. He's been an everyday guy who's had some very productive seasons for the course of a decade. And I think you have to handle that the right way. And just simply pulling the cord back in, the second week of June when you said, I don't know about this, that probably was not the right way to do it. So I do give them credit for that.
Bob Wankel, it's a Mike and Bob Thursday baseball chat this week from the Fighting Words podcast. So is the Phillies outfield still an issue? Good, average? how would we describe what they are now in the outfield? Because we've had many of these baseball chats and we say the Phillies outfield's a problem.
Yeah, I mean, I think on nights where you get Kepler and Marsh and on the corners and Bader in center, you have an above average defensive outfield. I think that you nailed it earlier. I don't expect Harrison Bader to continue to hit at a 336 clip and be this productive, but he's certainly given them a sense of professionalism in center field. Marsh, I think, is much better on the corners than he is in center. So is this an above average outfield? I would say no, but it went from being a bottom 5 outfield in terms of overall makeup, both defensively and offensively, when you put the whole thing together, to, a functional outfield, an average outfield. And that's a huge upgrade.
Big time. I mean, their outfield went from abysmal to.
Yeah, I mean, think about this. At one point, you were getting everyday Max Kepler. You were getting Johan Rojas, Brandon Marsh, and a powerless Nick Castellanos for most of this season. I mean, it was a disaster.
Yeah. Well, let's go and take a look at some of the other things with this Phillies team. They've won 3 in a row. They're 10 games up. They have the second best record in baseball. And, sometimes Phillies fans, baseball fans exist in a vacuum. Do they just have less flaws than the others?
Well, I think what happens here is that people have taken what's happened the previous 3 years and have rolled that into their assessment of the 25 team. And you don't get the benefit of watching your closest competitors night in, night out, the way that you do in the NFL, where you say, like, all right, I can pick apart any team if I want to. I can find weaknesses and I can believe my team's better. You don't really do that in baseball. You only see the flaws of your own team. So you look at the Dodgers and you see them spinning their wheels against some inferior opponents. Now, they swept the Rockies this week at home, but the Rockies are a 40-win team. You have to draw a line somewhere. Like, the Dodgers have issues. They have a lot of pitching injuries. Their offense has been wildly inconsistent. The Phillies, when you step back and kind of look at the complete picture, they stack up just as well as anybody. I mean, I put this in perspective. Not only do they have the second best record in baseball, they also have the second best run differential. It's not like a fluke that they have the second best record. The starting pitching's been really good. It's been deep. It's been consistent for much of the year. Their bullpen has at least some intriguing options now. And when you look at that lineup, talking about these guys lengthening it, and you put a 50 home run guy and Bryce Harper, who in a down year is going to finish with an 865 OPS and 30 home runs probably, like, and the National League hits leader before injury. Like, this is a good team. Like, most, I would say, and I heard Jason Stark echo this sentiment yesterday on another show. Most baseball executives and rival GMs evaluate the Phillies as one of the 2 or 3 best teams they've seen in the sport this year, and it kind of plays itself out. It's hard to disagree with that.
Well, and that's why I asked that question. It's like, they have flaws, but they might just have the least amount of flaws, because there's a lot of flawed teams all over the place. I mean, you just said it. I thought about this last night when Bryce Harper hit that home run. I said, somehow he's approaching 30 home runs. I mean, he doesn't feel like he's having a year where he is in that stratosphere. But they're going to need him to be a different Bryce Harper, right? Can you win with this version of Bryce Harper, do you think?
If Trey Turner plays at a top 5 MVP level and Kyle Schwarber goes crazy and you have 5 other guys all swinging the bats well at the same time, like, you might not need Bryce Harper to be superhuman, but you can't count on those things. And
well, they said something in the game last night. I think who was on the broadcast? Was it Kruk last night? Or somebody was saying they've walked Schwarber, and he was like, one of these times Bryce has to say, I have to make them pay. I can't keep letting them walk, Kyle Schwarber, and we haven't seen Harper really make them pay. And almost like an 8 point, you're like, I don't remember like that. And now, if you could get those 2 guys rocking and rolling in October, that would be the big difference maker.
Yeah, you're right. Now, we'll see what happens over the last 2.5 weeks of the season here, but everyone says, like, I've seen this before. I've seen this group before, and so it's really hard to trust them or buy in. The only thing I would say, and like, I get that, I to an extent agree with it, but the only thing I would say about this is if you go back to 2022 and you look at these previous 3 seasons that ended in failure, this is different because this is going to be the best team, or last year by record, it's going to be right there. This is going to be the best team, and they're also playing well at the end of the year. Like last year, the whole thing was, oh, this team hasn't really played very good baseball for about 3 months now. Hopefully they can turn it on. Like you're not saying that here. You're saying, well, all these guys have really turned their seasons around. They're heading into October with a ton of momentum. I feel good about the center fielder. I feel good about Kepler. I feel good about Bryson Stott. I even feel good about David Robertson. If Kirkering can't figure it out, Strom's throwing the ball better. They've got Duran. Like this team, I think this team deserves a lot more confidence in this moment than the 24 team did in mid-September of last year.
All without Zach Wheeler, though. How much is that fact? I mean, like it almost sounds like we're talking as if that's not even entering our mind right now.
I want to be careful how I say this because Zach Wheeler, for my money, is if I had to put one guy on the mound in a postseason game this year, it would be Zach Wheeler. Like, and I don't just mean for the Phillies. I mean for anybody, it would be him. At least in the National League, and that includes Paul Skeens, just because I've seen Wheeler do it so many times. Mm-hmm. The Phillies are better equipped to survive his absence than pretty much any team in the sport.
That's fair to say.
Yeah, I mean, it matters. It's going to matter. There's going to be a time when you look through these playoff cycles and you say, man, if they just had him tonight, whether that be game 1 or game 5, or it's going to hurt. But can they overcome it? Yeah, like I think so. But they're going to have to hit. They're going to have to protect leads. But I do think that you can. I do think you can survive the loss of Zach Wheeler. Now, I don't think you can survive the loss of Zach Wheeler and Trey Turner. I do think that at some point it gets to it reaches a level where you just say like, that's a lot to overcome. But
are you worried about the version of Trey Turner they get when he comes back?
Absolutely, because look, he's done so much to improve his game this year, both defensively and in terms of his approach. He's really altered his profile of who he is as a player. You look at how well he performed though prior to his injury last year. Now that was a more significant hamstring injury, but he missed 6 weeks. He came back. He struggled when he returned.
And he admitted that he came back early.
Yeah. And so
he said that the other night. He said, I came back early. And I'm thinking, if you came back early 6 weeks, you come back in 3 weeks, what version? And he came back early in 6 weeks. And he
grade 1 versus grade 2 are different injuries. This is obviously less substantial. But now the other part of it is not just getting your timing back, but getting comfortable again with the hitter that you've become. Like, you have redeveloped your profile as a hitter. You're sacrificing power. You're more contact-based. You're more selective. Like, can he just walk back into the game and not only have his timing, but just automatically pick up where he left off in terms of his hitter profile and his plate discipline and the willingness to kind of give a little bit in certain areas to get in others? Like, I don't know. That's a big question mark.
Yeah. The pitching thing, yes, they can sustain or they can handle not having Wheeler more than anybody else, but it goes, you feel good in this moment. Nola threw well the other night. Suarez threw well. Sanchez threw well. But it's that game where it's like, who pitches game 2 if you happen to lose game 1? And
right.
You're like, oh, man.
You're right. And like that is where you start to think through and you say, like, what does this look like? In a vacuum, do I trust Christopher Sanchez? Yes. Ranger Suarez? Yes. Do I believe that Jesus Luzardo can go out and dominate an opponent for 6 innings? Yeah, I think he certainly has that in him. We've watched him do it numerous times this year. And do I think that there's a world where we see Aaron Nola look the way that he did the other night against the Mets? Sure.
Is he in your 3?
We've talked about this. I think they'll give him every opportunity to be that guy. I think he's going to have to perform in these next 3 starts that he makes in order to be that guy. Jeez. But do you feel great about that going in? Of course you don't. But no. I think that there's
even
enough
if he spins, even if he's pitching against the Dodgers. I mean, the Royals coming up. Is he in the Royals series? I think.
Yeah, he would be. Yes.
Even if he pitches well against them, I feel like. I don't know if that's enough. I don't know. That whole Nola thing, it's like, are they just giving it to him because of who he is in his resume?
I don't think that the Phillies are willing to do a coin toss just to kind of cater to Aaron Nola's psyche this October. I think there's too much at stake.
They would keep him off the roster? Because if he's not a starter, is he just a token guy on the roster? And like,
I really do think, I mean, we're talking about things that, we're talking about things I think are undetermined right now. If he throws the ball, like, let me ask it to you this way. Let me rephrase the question. What if he looks the way he did against the Mets the other night, the next 3 times out? Now you have Aaron Nola, who has the pedigree, is pitching a ton of postseason games. He goes into October blazing hot. How do you not put him in the rotation?
Oh, I agree. I mean, I think they're hoping to get that guy.
Now,
I think they want to, because it's interesting, Bob. Coming up, they play the Dodgers for 3, and in that series, the 3 lefties are slotted to pitch against the Dodgers. That could be your, hey, let's see what these 3 lefties look like back to back to back against this team, because there's a good chance they will be the 3 pitchers against that very team starting October the 4th.
There's no question. I think the Phillies want to learn something here. I think that there's a reason they set up this rotation the way they did. And, I really do think that you would love to, at this point on the calendar, say, like, I know what my playoff rotation is going to look like.
Yeah.
And, the Phillies have a lot of interesting options. They could be in a far worse spot. They have very good depth, but I don't think they know in this moment beyond Sanchez where guys are going to pitch and how they're going to go about it.
Do you have any anticipation or thought about Walker Buehler? Is he just here to give everybody a day off? Because I'll ask it this way. He was 1-5 last year for the Dodgers. He stunk until it mattered, and then he was Walker Buehler.
I think that there's a very good chance that Walker Buehler is on the postseason roster. More likely in this moment out of the bullpen. But if there is a world where, one, you get another injury to your rotation, I think that he does at that point become a real option. And I guess the other way you would look at it and say is like, well, if we have an opponent, we really feel like we have to take Suarez or Luzardo and put them in the bullpen out of the left side because they have something that we're going to have to combat and we don't feel great about our matchups. Could they bring them into a situation like that in a deeper playoff series? Maybe. So I would say right now there's probably like a 60% chance you'll see him on the playoff roster. I think it's more likely than not.
All right. Would you have taken a look at Aiden Miller at all or not really?
It's just it's hard. If you think Trey Turner's going to be back, I think you kind of let Aiden Miller take the promotion to AAA, finish on a positive note. He's really turned his season around. He struggled early this year. Yeah. And the momentum's all there now. If you're not going to really be serious about it, now I'll tell you what, if Bryson Stott goes down or they have another injury, I think you bring him up to AAA here and try to get him a little additional seasoning as well, not just to feel good about, hey, I got a promotion at the end and I'm going into 26 with a lot of momentum, but also to be geared up and ready to go in case there's another issue here.
Yeah, we had Hembo on yesterday, and he brought up Evan Carter for Texas, and they promoted him. He was 20 years old, and he caught fire, and they won the World Series, to which I said, look, I'd play him at short just because he's a better shortstop than Kemp is a third baseman, so you can use Sosa at third. You can use Sosa in the platoon with Stott still. This guy, he's Johan Rojas, right? Can you just catch the ball and steal bases?
Yeah.
That's what you're hoping for. And then the best case scenario is maybe you're good. Maybe you are pretty good, and you're hitting in the 9-hole stealing bases. And then when Turner comes back, obviously he probably goes back to. But it would be something that I would be intrigued by. But we know the Phillies don't operate like that generally. Although
they have
Rojas is hitting like 300 down there, man. He's ripping it up.
That's great. Good for him.
Andrew Painter, by the way, threw yesterday with a shutout. No walks in the game for Painter. That was the big deal for him. All right, Bob Wankel, the Fighting Words podcast. By the way, so there's a schedule quirk coming up here.
Yes.
On October the 9th, Thursday night.
Yeah.
Eagles, Giants, Phillies divisional series, and the Flyers season opener.
Yeah, my 40th birthday is 3 days after that. So could either be a real fun weekend. With a lot of high-stakes games in the rear view, feeling great, or you're going, oh, boy.
You get, a playoff game on the night of a Thursday night football game is rough because then it's Amazon Prime, and then you have to go from Prime over. There's no, last channel. You got to get out of the app. You got to go to the app. Terrible. But the poor Flyers, I mean, the one night a year where you're like, hey, it's a season opener. Yeah. Unbelievable.
There's always game 2. It'll be all right.
Bob Wankel. Check out the Fighting Words podcast on all podcasting platforms. And, of course, the Phillies and Mets tonight. We'll have plenty more on that tomorrow here on the show. All right, man. Take care.
Talk soon.
Bob Wankel, everybody, here on the Sports Bash, hanging out with us on this Wednesday afternoon here on 97.3 ESPN. Always fun when we do a Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat on a Thursday today. Oh, because they played the Mets today, big series. And then tomorrow we're going to be heavy on Eagles-Chiefs. We figured we have Bob on today on the show. Coming up later on, One Thought Every Game, Casey Joyner. Sports Bash this hour. It's brought to you by Broadleaf's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, installation for generations. 609-390-3907, broadleafs.net. I have not seen a Phillies lineup yet.
By the way, that Flyers game, you talked about it?
Yep.
It's against the Stanley Cup champions, Florida Panthers.
They're at Florida, so that's the
Yep.
schedule, Quirk, I've been talking about. It's Eagles-Giants Thursday night football. Phillies would be in Game 4 of the divisional series.
Unless they, of course, take care of business. Why not, right?
If they won 3 games to none, yes, they could sweep. But it would be a Game 4 if necessary. And then the Flyers opener against the Florida Panthers. Poor Flyers get third fiddle that night. Opening night. Can they petition to get that game moved to like Wednesday or Friday or something different? All right, Sports Bash live at Chickie's and Pete's. We're in Atlantic City at the Tropicana. We got the little baseball on today. Baltimore, Pittsburgh, little day baseball.
Yeah, there's about 700 people at that game.
Is that Camden?
Yep.
I haven't been to Camden Yards in a while. I got to get back to Camden Yards. All right, when we come back, it is the NFL Week 2. We're checking in on that. Got the unsportsmanlike moment of the day. Football at 4 with Andrew DiCecco today. Stick around. More Sports Bash coming up. All right, welcome back. Sports Pass Live, 97.3 ESPN. Phillies lineup tonight. It is brought to you by Instant Services, South Jersey's premier HVAC, plumbing, and electrical service provider. Go to instantservices.com to learn about their preventative maintenance memberships and how they can keep your systems running strong year-round. Bader, Schwarber, Harper, Real Muto, Castellanos. You ready for the rest of this lineup? This is a weird lineup, man. Kemp, Sosa, Marsh, Wilson. I mean, it's a lefty pitcher. They're letting Marsh play against a lefty tonight.
Right.
That's wild.
So Marsh is playing over Kepler. Wilson is actually playing second base tonight. Throw that into the mix. Kemp is at third. Sosa's your infield is Otto Kemp, Edmundo Sosa, Weston Wilson, and Bryce Harper. Now I got to imagine the four of those gentlemen never took a ground ball together in the same infield once at spring training or any other time. Tonight will be the first. I got to imagine tonight will be the first time those four guys stand in the same infield together.
The first double play turned by Weston Wilson and I guess Edmundo Sosa will be tonight.
I would have to imagine there will be no time. Can you imagine a Otto Kemp 5-4-3 Kemp to Wilson to Harper double play opportunity? Jeez. But that's the lineup tonight. Bader, Schwarber, Harper, Real Muto. Castellanos is hitting fifth. Kemp is hitting sixth. Sosa 7th, Marsh 8th, Weston Wilson is 9th. Luzardo throws tonight for the Phillies against the Mets. Kind of a, man, you would love to sweep this Met team out and just absolutely, because now you're getting to the point, if you're the Mets, you got to start worrying about whether or not you're making the playoffs or not, right?
I was just thinking I missed Gene Segura.
You missed Gene Segura playing second base like on a night like tonight?
Yes.
Well, Weston, like you can make an argument that if like Weston Wilson should play third and maybe Kemp should go over to second, although Kemp, he's just not very good
It's
defensively.
half a dozen, one or the other, isn't it? Like both of them are
Are
not
you
great
better off
fielders.
just playing Stott just as a second baseman, just as a pure
Yeah.
infielder?
Yeah.
As opposed to this?
Yeah, I mean, at this stage of the season, let
Like,
those guys get a couple swings
right.
against lefties.
Does Topper have to be so strict with his platoons?
Well, again, it's not Topper. It's the organization and their obsession with how they're running this roster.
Yeah, but they are shorthanded right now. That's why I think these lineups have been a little weird, is because of the shorthandedness of, Sosa's got to play short, and because he's at short, we don't want Stott to face lefties, so we got to play someone at second base, so Wilson will play second. It's a way to get – so it's almost like tonight they're picking Marsh over Stott. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because you could play Wilson in the outfield and have Stott play second base. And to me, you're better with Stott at second base, although Wilson's horrible in the outfield. He's bad.
Wilson's just not a good fielder, period.
And having Castellanos in right means you need a little bit better. I don't know. There's just no really right way to do this. By the way, the Mets are 2 games up on San Francisco and 2 games up on the Reds for the last wild card spot. Let me look at something here with the Mets. The Mets' rest of their schedule, are they in danger here? They play Texas, San Diego, Washington, Chicago, and Miami. Washington stinks. Miami's okay. Chicago and San Diego, that's 2 playoff teams. And Texas is, decent. I mean, their schedule doesn't scream we're definitively making the playoffs with a 2-game lead, right?
No. Especially considering San Diego is something to fight for themselves.
Well, San Diego's definitively, they're 3 games back of the Dodgers. I mean,
That's what I'm saying. There's nobody on the Mets schedule that's like a complete pushover aside from the 2 teams you mentioned.
And the Cubs, by the way, are the number 1 wild card. Now, they're 4 games up on the Padres, but that's the point, is the Padres and the Cubs are fighting to be the home team because, remember, the home team gets all 3 playoff games.
Huge advantage.
Big time. So both the Cubs and the Padres have stuff to play for. Now, let me go and look at San Francisco the rest of the way here because they're 2 back of the Mets. San Francisco plays the Dodgers for 3, Arizona for 3, the Dodgers for 4, and they got 7 left against the Dodgers. Then they play St. Louis and Colorado. So they have a nice soft landing, but they got a tough little stretch of.
And they were kind of sellers at the deadline. I know they acquired Devers earlier on the season, but they sold some guys.
Yeah, the Devers thing didn't kind of work out for them. Then the Reds could be interesting here. So let's see where the Reds are behind the Mets. And listen, I'm not going to sit here and the Reds play the Athletics, St. Louis, Chicago for 4, Pittsburgh, and Milwaukee. Now, you would think by the time they get to Milwaukee's pretty much wrapped up the top. No, you guys still feel that Philadelphia has a shot to catch the Brewers?
Outside shot?
They are currently 2.5 behind them.
I just think that the Brewers feel like a team that's built for the regular season.
Yeah, but do you feel like the Brewers are kind of like they've lost 3 in a row? They've lost 6 out of 10. Do we feel that the Brewers are not as good as the record they had? And Doug Glanville was on with us last week before the Brewers series. That was 2 weeks ago. And he said, how many times can you rely on getting the big hit? How many times can you rely on getting the clutch hit before that pixie dust kind of wears out on you? Because when you look at that Brewers team, you're not like, wow, this is a really good team.
Well, here's the Brewers' upcoming schedule.
And they've really come back down to earth after winning 14 in a row.
Yeah, well, the Phillies have closed the gap to now 2.5 games.
Yep.
Phillies are 2.5 behind the Brewers. Go ahead. What do they got left?
I was going to say, so, by the way, those 3 straight they lost were all against Texas. So keep that in mind as well.
Who's not great. Texas is at 500 team.
But Texas is still trying to get a playoff spot. So the Texas has an outside chance of the postseason. So they
I
are
was just saying, they're just an average team, Texas. What are they? They're 77. Okay, they're a little over 500. Man, Texas is only a game and a half out of the playoffs there.
That's why I said they're fighting for a playoff spot.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So the Brewers' upcoming schedule, they got St. Louis for 3.
Well, hold on. What is playing for more? Texas trying to get into the playoffs or Milwaukee trying to hold off to be the number 1 seed?
Oh, Texas. Texas is fighting for their lives. To me, at least.
Well, if I'm Milwaukee and I want to have any chance in my mind of winning a World Series, I have to get the home field advantage.
And Milwaukee really can't afford to slip up too much because Chicago's 5.5 behind.
But the Phillies are 2.5 behind.
Right, I'm saying for the NL Central, Chicago's.
Well, let me
right
ask
there.
you guys this question then. Who would you rather play, the Cubs-Padre winner or the Met-Dodger winner?
I would say Cubs-Dodgers.
You said Cubs-Padres?
Cubs-Padres, I'm sorry. Cubs-Padres.
Because the number 1 seed would play the Cubs-Padre winner. The number 2 seed will play the Dodger versus either Mets, Reds, or Giants.
In the NLDS, I'd go Cubs versus Padres winner.
I would lean the Cubs-Padres only because the Dodgers still scare me a little bit with Ohtani and all that.
Once the Dodgers get healthy here, they're starting to get healthy now. The pitching's back. Yamamoto, Glass now. You got
they have a different vibe to them right now.
Well, they've been hurt the whole season. Literally, they've been hurt all year long. And even being hurt the entire season, they're the 3rd best record in maybe the
which is
4th best
scary.
record. Yeah, exactly.
Are you scared of the Mets are you scared of the Mets playoff?
No.
Matchup.
Not necessarily, but obviously you've had your struggles up there.
Yes, and
so
yeah.
I can't. You
And
can't.
last year,
can you discount that now because they've won 3 in a row again?
No,
Is
you
that
can't.
thing over?
No.
Nope. The Citi Field thing is still legit in my eyes.
I think if you had to rank the teams that you don't want to face in the postseason, I think the Mets are still the number 1 team you don't want to face in the postseason.
I could agree with that. I could get on board with that.
I certainly – the Mets are a wild card because they have the 3 young pitchers that you haven't really seen. Now, you've seen Nolan McLean twice, and he shut you down both times. I know you beat them the last time, but it was 1-0.
Right, 1-0 is not a resounding
You
win.
scored 1 run against him in 2 starts. And the other 2 guys you haven't seen at all. Now, I don't know where they would slot, how the Mets are going to use those guys come playoff time, but the fact that the Mets' young pitching would be something that I'm not all that interested in facing.
I just
Now,
don't like the psychological factor. Like when was the last time you won a game in the Shea Stadium, City Field? It's the idea that
that's-
it's like
It's a 10-game losing streak
right.
out there.
So it's like to me, I look at the Mets as the one team I want to avoid.
The first 2 games would be in Philadelphia.
Well, you could win the 2 games, then lose 2 up there.
Well, you could lose 2 there, and then if you took care of, again, you have the home field. If you took care of business at home, then that wouldn't matter. But do we feel like it's just they're invincible at home and you couldn't win a game there? I mean, are we at that point? I don't know. Come on.
I mean,
I
no
think the
one's
Phillies just
invincible.
weren't playing all that well. By the way, the Brewers left. Go ahead.
Yeah, so St. Louis for 3, followed by the Angels for 3, St. Louis for 3 more. Then they go at San Diego, by the way, for 3 games. And then if they finish season at home against Cincinnati.
All right. I do think that they need to stop doing these games where you play the same team like twice in a.
It's annoying.
It is, but I guess they're in the same division. I can understand that.
Is that like kind of like the theories that you're playing just like the NFL, right? It's like you finish the year against
I
your
would
teams.
rather that. Like I would rather the Phillies play the Mets and Braves like here late in the. Now I know the Braves are out of it. I'm just saying, like in normal situations, you would want to have division race games down the stretch, right? More so than like, you're playing the Anaheim Angels.
Exactly.
Like that game.
That is weird. They're playing the Angels in the middle of September.
And there's 2 interleague series coming up for the Phils, Kansas City and Minnesota.
Yeah, you should. And
that doesn't make all that much sense.
I know somebody has to play I think you have to play an interleague. Somebody has to have an interleague series all the time, right?
Right, every month.
So every.
Oh, is it every week?
Well, there's 15 teams on both sides. There's 30 teams. So
Right, so
15
it's
to 50.
actually every week there will be an interleague matchup. Yeah.
Right, there's always an interleague matchup, but like.
Well, let that be Miami against.
They got to get the
LA.
interleague thing needs to end. I'm done with the interleague. We don't need to see interleague games. You guys okay with that?
I don't want to see Minnesota to close out the season.
But that's
I don't
like
really
the
care about
interleague
that.
things. Phillies, Twins, or Brewers, Angel, like nobody cares about those. There's no need to play interleague games. Make the game special. The World Series, like that's why. I've already saw. Like I don't think they need to do interleague anymore because you don't need these. Now the problem would be you need to add 2 teams, which is what they're trying to do.
Nashville and Charlotte. I don't care.
Portland.
There you go.
Nashville, Montreal.
Ooh,
works for me.
That's fun.
You watch the documentaries coming up on Netflix.
Another one.
Who killed the Expos?
I mean, how many documentaries can this Netflix produce?
Are you going to watch it?
No.
I'll watch it.
Who killed the Expos?
I'll watch that.
You're not watching that?
No,
I've already seen one version of it.
Pete, I have
You
literally.
know who killed the Expos?
Money?
David Sampson.
Oh,
Well, he was part of the ownership. Well, he wasn't part of the ownership group. He was part of the team's ownership group. He was the team president of the Marlins
right.
when they left Montreal and went to Florida.
Guys, I'm so
Or went to
behind on so
DC.
many shows because of all these documentaries. Like I just can't stop watching them.
All right, when we come back, it's the unsportsmanlike moment of the day. It has to do with tonight's Thursday night football game, which you can hear right here on 97.3 ESPN. Stick around.
Jaden Daniels is only second to Lamar Jackson in terms of being a dynamic runner at the quarterback position. You got to remember, the Washington Commanders were a top 5 run outfit last year, and Jaden Daniels was their leading rusher. This guy only takes off to run as a last resort. He wants to beat you with his arm. He wants to win from the pocket. If you're asking me which one I'm rolling with, I'm going to take Jaden Daniels. I think Jaden Daniels has a chance to win MVP this season.
Chris Candy this morning on Unsportsmanlike. It's our Unsportsmanlike moment of the day, brought to you by Whitehorse RV. Center your adventure, RV adventure, starts here. We're live at Chickie's and Pete's here in Atlantic City at the Tropicana. Now, do we agree with that? And this is what I like this bite for, and this is why I wanted to bring it up. I would say this. If Jaden Daniels is the MVP of the league, did Washington win the NFC East?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Probably.
Well,
I mean, if Daniels, they can lose the division, and Daniels still have,
I would say they'd win
4,500 passing yards and 40 touchdowns.
If that's a 13-win team to me, right?
If Jaden Daniels wins the MVP over Lamar Jackson,
how many wins does Washington end up with?
That means they won 13 games.
There you go.
I would agree.
Yeah.
Did the Eagles win 14 games? Okay, well, I guess we can have that conversation. But to me, if Jaden Daniels wins the MVP, now, if I was to say to you right now, you can have Jaden Daniels or Lamar Jackson for the rest of the season, who are you taking?
Probably Lamar.
I think Lamar is still the proven commodity.
That's a tough one, man. I like Jaden Daniels a lot last year in that draft. We talked about it on the air during the draft season. I would have taken him over Caleb Williams. Not a big Caleb Williams guy. Jaden Daniels exceeded my expectations.
Jaden Daniels, I've been on his train since 2019 when he was a freshman at Arizona State. So I might not be the most objective conversation person for this.
Well, listen, what Canny says I think is interesting, but the way that I listened to it and it made me think was, if Jaden Daniels wins the MVP, does that mean Washington won the NFC East? That's what my mind thought about when I was listening to Chris Candy this morning talking about that right here on 97.3 ESPN. You can listen to the Unsportsmanlike moment of the day every day at this time with the Unsportsmanlike crew, Evan, Canty, and Michelle, weekday mornings at 6 on 97.3 ESPN. We're live at Chickie's and Pete's. Go where the players go, the one and only official sports bar of the Philadelphia Eagles. Chickie's and Pete's, the Monday through Friday happy hour from 4 to 6 at the bar. Half off pizza, shrimp and wings, plus $6 seltzers, $5 Tito drinks, and $3 domestic bottles all season long. Events and drink specials are here at Chickie's and Pete's, Atlantic City. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live. Coming up, 4 o'clock, you know what it is. It's football at 4. Andrew DiCecco. What matchup is he keying in on in the Super Bowl rematch? We're going Birds and Chiefs next on the Sports Bash. But before we get there, I need caller number 7 right now, 609-573-3776, 609-573-3776. Caller number 7 right now. You are entered to win a road trip with a bunch of Eagles fans to go see the Eagles play the Giants Thursday night at MetLife Stadium. 2 tickets to the game, round-trip transportation, and a full tailgate party. This is all Eagles fans. A long tailgate, food, drinks, DJ, you, a friend, and Eagles fans. You must be present to win on Wednesday, September 24th. The Sports Bash is going to be live at Maynard's Cafe in Margate, and you can check that all out. Maynard's has NFL tickets showing every game with surround sound on for all Eagles games. Caller 7, good luck.
offense, but even defensively, they're not quite what they've been. I'm expecting this to be sort of one of those games where Patrick Mahomes looks to try and test the Eagles' second level and really even the third level with the safety play, which with Kelsey, and try to get some of those offensive weapons going. Jahad Campbell, I thought, had a really good game against Dallas, and that had a nice play down the seam there on Brevin Spann Ford, the tight end, down the field. And I think they're going to try to find ways to pepper his side of the field with Travis Kelsey, but I get the sense that Jahad Campbell will be ready to answer the bell.
Yeah, you look at Travis Kelsey recording a receiving touchdown in consecutive games dating back to Week 17 last season, and he was a guy last week, had a big play there. You'll see how the Eagles match up with him because I want to kind of zone in on that. Do you think that Kelsey is still their best offensive weapon in the pass game? They don't really have that standout wide receiver with a couple of injuries.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that kind of paints the picture of the state of the Kansas City offense. Travis Kelsey, to answer your question, is still the focal point of that passing attack, and I'm expecting him to be force-fed with targets. Again, they still have Patrick Mahomes, and he's kind of like Houdini back there. He can find ways to maneuver the pocket. I mean, they do have the RPO game, the boot game, and they can. It's an offense that is multiple, so you have to always account for that. But the passing game starts with Travis Kelsey, and if I'm looking at it from just a matchup perspective, I would imagine that they're going to try and test Jahad Campbell in coverage and Drew Makuba and Sidney Brown as well.
Yeah, obviously Adoree Jackson had his struggles last week, and do you anticipate, Andrew? I know what Vic Fangio said on Tuesday. Does Adoree Jackson get another full game to prove himself, or do you think this is the game where they start to phase him out and maybe phase a guy like Jacorian Bennett in?
Yeah, so it's a great question, and Vic Fangio on Tuesday said right now, yes, he is the Eagles starter at corner. That, if depending on how you interpret that, that leaves it fluid, and they could obviously change. But Vic Fangio a couple of weeks ago, Mike, mentioned that whoever was that cornerback two opposite Quinyon Mitchell was going to get sort of a long leash. Now, we'll see how long that leash could be if Adoree starts to have some more struggles to start the game. But I think the right decision would be to plug him in as the starting corner. There's been a lot of folks who are willing to give grace to a lot of the other players on the team because the first 4 weeks of the season, more or less, is an extension of the preseason. So if you're going to give grace to others, I think Adoree Jackson deserves that as well. The Eagles haven't had – well, they don't play their starters in the preseason, so there's very limited opportunities for them to get game reps with one another. Training camp is a different ball game. So, yeah, I think you put him out there. You try to keep some sort of continuity. You put Drew Makuba back there as well and try to get that secondary in place for a second consecutive game and see how they fare. Now, I'm not suggesting that if Adoree Jackson isn't struggling that they shouldn't turn to Jacorian Bennett. You have to see what he can do as well, especially if you're not getting the production from that spot. Before you go out and look elsewhere down the line before the trade deadline, I think they have to see what they have in Jacorian Bennett first. But, yeah, I would start Adoree Jackson Sunday.
All right, Andrew DiCecco's with us, Football at 4. A big factor in the game in the Super Bowl, obviously, was the Eagles' pass rush. But they didn't blitz. 42 dropbacks, sacked 6 times, no blitzes in the game. But 2.5 by Josh Sweat, 2 by Milton Williams. They're not here anymore. Can the Eagles have a similar game plan, get to Mahomes without blitzing?
Yes, with Jalen Carter in the mix, that obviously changes the dynamic and the whole complexion of the Eagles' defense, pushing the pocket from the middle, moving him off his spot, forcing him to be hasty with his reads. But, I mean, the pass rush in totality, in terms of the edge rushers, they do leave something to be desired. It's something that we've talked about dating back to training camp, even before training camp. I'm bullish on the 2 starters, and Nolan Smith and Jalen Hunt, but they just signed in the league. He's in his 11th season right now to bolster that group because they weren't getting enough inspired play from Josh Uche, who I thought had a good opener, Azeez Ojulari, Obo Okoronkwo, and they're trying to fortify that area. That's going to be key. But I think Jalen Carter opens things up for everyone to really feast. So it's kind of hard to really base the edge rusher group without Jalen Carter in the mix in a game setting. I think you're going to see a lot more pressure on Mahomes, and that's going to have to be key to get off to a fast start defensively.
Yeah, Andrew, I don't know how much of the Pro Football Focus numbers you're into or take stock in, but Josh Uche was the number one pass rush win rate guy this past weekend, and Nolan Smith was in the top 10 as well. So does that tell a better story that the Eagles pass rush was better than maybe the naked eye says?
Yeah, I mean, there is something to be said for that. I don't weigh the PFF grades too heavily. I kind of go based off of tape and what I've seen, but I do believe that the Jalen Carter effect is obviously very real, and you're going to see other players be able to reap the benefits as a result because teams have to account for Jalen Carter. I thought Josh Uche, to your point, just based solely on the eye test and not looking at any other metrics, had a good game. And he didn't play a ton, so sometimes I think that skews the numbers. He didn't play a ton. The Eagles don't use a lot of rotation in terms of their edge rushers. But when he was out there, I saw the burst and explosiveness that you were hoping to see. There's Josh Uche of 2022, perhaps. And Nolan Smith, I thought, had a better game than Jalen Hunt in the opener. But that's going to – I think the more reps that group gets, that young contingent of Nolan Smith and Jalen Hunt, the more reps that they get, the better they're going to be and the faster they'll play, and they'll have a different ways to combat offensive tackles. So I'm not necessarily worried about that. And I do think that Jalen Carter and having that full complement of defensive linemen should open things up for them as well.
Do you anticipate Zadarius Smith having a big role, minor role? How do you kind of view him in that signing and fitting in here?
Well, minor role to start. Yesterday he mentioned that he hadn't put pads on since January 18th, seemed to be chomping at the bit. Of course, that was in the playoff game with the Lions when they lost at the Commanders. But what I think is going to happen is it's going to take maybe I do think he's going to play Sunday, but I think it may take a little bit of time for him to get fully onboarded into the finer intricacies of that defense. And yes, this is a player who, on a 6 different team, he's played in a lot of different schemes, but I still think that you have to account for that quote-unquote ramp-up period. He mentioned that he was a little bit winded during individuals yesterday, but then once they got to team period, he was rounding back into form. So he's a veteran. He'll be ready to go. I just don't think initially right off the bat he's going to play a ton. But when the dust settles, he's going to be the Eagles' third edge rusher, and I do believe have a pretty prominent role.
All right, Andrew, let's flip over and look a little bit on the offensive side of the ball here. Dallas Goedert, obviously, on the injury report. There's some thoughts that he may not be able to play. How big of a loss would that be? He did have 7 catches in the game on Thursday night.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big loss. If he can't go, that's going to be a big loss. I feel like we say this every year, but it felt like we were primed for the Dallas Goedert awakening, and we still very much may see that. But to not have him, we talked about 7 targets, 7 receptions, 44 yards. He was building on that training camp chemistry with Jalen Hurts. He adds another dimension to the passing attack because you have to be mindful of the middle of the field. Thought Jalen Hurts showed some willingness to throw the ball over the middle of the field in between the hashes there. And Dallas Goedert is going to be a big part of that. But to not have him there, now you're looking at Grant Calcaterra, who is a fine pass catcher, doesn't give you much as a blocker. He's played plenty over the years because Goddard's missed time. But then you have Kylan Granson, who can be a movable piece offensively. They don't have a third tight end. They have a couple on the practice squad, and Cameron Latu, who, by the way, is wearing number 36 now, and E.J. Jenkins. So that, yeah, I mean, I think from a passing game perspective, Grant Calcaterra is going to be able to be just fine in a spot fill-in, but they're going to miss the blocking prowess and the overall well-roundedness of Dallas Goedert's game if he can't go.
Andrew, obviously Bigsby's here as well, another running back, but that means Shipley's out. Now, not a big role, but does Bigsby step into the Shipley role? Does Dillon get bumped up and have a bigger role? How do you read this Tank Bigsby trade and the impact he might have for this offense and this team?
Yeah, so kind of similar to Zadarius Smith, I'm expecting initially A.J. Dillon to take on a more expanded role, but eventually have that become Tank Bigsby because he just gives you more dynamic qualities. He's someone who has 2 years remaining on his contract, so he's going to be part of the team for their foreseeable future. That's why they gave up what they gave up to get him. But, you know, joining the team with just a handful of days to go, I'm not so sure that it's realistic to expect an expanded workload from a running back perspective. But, Mike, I am expecting him to get the looks as the primary kick returner along with John Mechie. But Tank Bigsby, that's one of his allures, is that they're going to explore that area of his game. So for week 2, I would say A.J. Dillon will see more of a workload out of the backfield, but eventually Bigsby. And when all players are fully healthy, I would expect Will Shipley to still be the 2, because he just adds something different in terms of the receiving element.
Yeah, and if you saw right off the bat in week 1, Andrew, the effect of the new kickoff rules and why a guy like Bigsby was probably targeted by Philadelphia.
Yeah, and I always say, like, that was part of it, but you don't give up a 5th and a 6th round pick purely for a kickoff returner. Obviously, having 2 years remaining on his rookie deal, and he's a player who is younger and has similar dimensions, or a similar skill set, I should say, to A.J. Dillon. So you're looking towards next year, you have Saquon Barkley, Will Shipley, and Tank Bigsby. That's a pretty good stable of running backs. I think it was also made with that in mind. But also, you're right, Mike, that inside zone look that you get on kickoff returns that the Eagles run it, and getting that downhill approach, I think, is certainly something that Michael Clay seemed excited about, the Eagles special teams coordinator. And the Eagles are looking to really maximize that role. It's not just because of the new kickoff rule, there's ways that you can have an advantage in field position, and they're going to leave no stone unturned in doing that, and Tank Bigsby is going to be a big part of it.
All right, last one, we're looking at the offense here. Landon Dickerson, he was back at practice. He was on the injury report as a limited participant, but losing him would be probably a big blow. He's, obviously a key cog in there, but Brett Toth, would he be the left guard if Dickerson could not go, or do you expect Dickerson to give it a go?
Yeah, at Thursday, we're at Thursday right now, so I'll have to see how the rest of the week plays out. But right now, Landon Dickerson is tough as nails. Just when you think that he may be sidelined for a few days or even a game, he gives it a go. So as long as he's out there in a limited capacity and doesn't have any setbacks leading up to the game, I'm expecting him to give it a go. It's certainly encouraging to see him out there Wednesday. And, yeah, if he can't, Brett Toth would be the logical replacement. You saw that the Eagles' in-game solution was Brett Toth in the opener, and he's a veteran. He's in his 7th NFL season, and a trusted option for the team. And Jeff Stoutland, he's really taken to Jeff Stoutland's coaching. So for a game or even a handful of snaps in a pinch, I think Brett Toth would be the guy.
All right, Super Bowl rematch. Of course, you can listen to it right here on 97.3 ESPN Football at 4. Andrew DiCecco, what is the biggest key in this game that you have your eye on this week? Eagles, Chiefs, the rematch.
Bearing down on Patrick Mahomes and not allowing him to create yards with his legs, but also not making the same mistake that the Dallas Cowboys made, Mike, and having contained with your pass rush, not getting too wide, because that's where you tend to surrender those big plays. That's going to be paramount, playing disciplined and fundamentally sound against someone like Patrick Mahomes, who can make a ton of plays outside of structure.
All right, we'll keep our eye on that. And, of course, Andrew DiCecco and the guys, Football at 4 all next week. We're getting you ready for Chiefs this week, Rams next week. Pretty big game. The loser, Chiefs, would go to 0-2. Philadelphia has to follow up with the Rams and the Bucs. Big game for both these teams on Sunday in Arrowhead. Listen to it all right here on 97.3 ESPN. That's Andrew DiCecco, and you can listen to him on the Inside the Birds podcast. Thanks, bud.
Thanks, Mike.
There's Andrew DiCecco, everybody. A Football at 4 edition. It is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast and brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook. This Friday, we've got a brand new Seize the Deal. It's Tennessee Beer Hall in Atlantic City starting tomorrow at 9 a.m. You'll be able to get a $50 gift certificate for just $25. Find out more at seizethedeal.com. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and watch the live video of the show on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Hit the like button, share, subscribe to the show. You can be a part of the show in a variety of ways. Text board is always open, 609-403-0973. That's the way you can text in. If you're watching on YouTube, you can comment in the comment section. Or on the X platform, you can hit the repost or reply button. But right now, 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. 0973. We are going to take the fastest 5 text messages with your name, where you're from, and the word Eagles trip. You must include the word Eagles trip. If the word Eagles trip is not in there, you are disqualified. Fastest 5 text messages right now. 609-403-0973. You will be entered to win a pair of tickets to see the Eagles-Giants game at MetLife Stadium. Thursday Night Football, they're playing on October the 9th. We're giving away a pair of tickets for our live broadcast. We're going to be at Maynard's in Margate on Wednesday, September 24th. One lucky listener will score a bus trip for 2 with a bus full of Eagles fans to MetLife Stadium to see the Eagles-Giants game. It includes transportation, tickets, tailgate party. 609-403-0973. Fastest 5 texts. Your name, where you're from, and the word Eagles trip must be included for you to enter. And, of course, we have another chance for you to enter coming up this hour and next hour when you hear that sounder go off here on the Sports Bash. All right, we're having a good time out here today. Don't forget Phil's tonight as well, trying to sweep the Mets. Yes, sweep the Mets. Sweep the Mets. Step right up and sweep the Mets. That would be fun, wouldn't it? We have all that and more still to come on the other side. No Nuggets today. Pete's Pizza. We'll do a couple slices coming up next on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-972-4215. 800-972-4215. That's 800-972-4215.
Progressive Insurance presents the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN. Week 2 in the NFL, the Eagles head to Arrowhead Stadium where they'll take on the Chiefs. It's the 6th meeting between the two teams since September of 2017. The Eagles winning the last 2 meetings, including Super Bowl 59. Defensive tackle Jalen was ejected in the opener for spitting on Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott. Will not see further disciplinary action by the league, saying that his ejection served as a suspension for the incident. The Phillies wrapping up their 4-game series with the Mets tonight at Citizens Bank Park, looking for the sweep after winning Wednesday 11-3. Max Kepler 5 RBIs, hitting his 16th home run, and Bryce Harper also went deep. Jesus Luzardo will start for the Phillies tonight. He's 13-6 with an ERA of 4. David Peterson will go for the Mets. He's 9-5. Progressive Insurance, bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's your Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
All right, 426. Hey, don't forget, tomorrow we're going to be live over at Jersey Cal in Northfield for their 3rd anniversary party. Stop out and see us there. Today, we're at Chickie's and Pete's. Yes, Chickie's and Pete's in Atlantic City at the Tropicana, and that's Thursday Night Football tonight. You can watch the game and all the action right here at the one and only official sports bar of the Philadelphia Eagles. Bud Light Kelly Green aluminums all season long. Fan-friendly locations throughout Philly and South Jersey featuring game sound during every Eagles game. It's just like being in the stadium. Every Eagles game day is a special $3 Miller Lite special. And, of course, you can do that with the Eagles and the Chiefs this weekend. By the way, just saw this, PG. This is from fans of Philly who tweeted this out. Flying out to Kansas City today, the flight is mostly Birds fans starting their trips early, an early indication that it will be a sea of green in the stadium on Sunday.
I wouldn't go that far. I mean, we're talking about Arrowhead. First game of the year for the Chiefs. Maybe you're going to get some scattered Kelly Green in there, but, I mean, come on.
A whole section, maybe.
Whole section,
West
sure.
Virginia Pitt, you got the backyard brawl this week, and they're doing Stripe the Stadium.
Yep. I'm just deflated about that whole thing.
Yeah, me too. All right, it's time now for Nick's Nuggets. They're brought to you by the Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. Nuggets is out today. Nuggets is on a assignment today. He's got a pretty big assignment. He's going to share with you where he is today, why he's not on here, but it's a pretty big deal. That is the reason why he's not here. But filling in for the Nuggets today, we have Pete's Pizza. How many slices do we have today?
All right, I got 3 slices.
Ooh.
I got 1 baseball slice and 2 NFL slices.
Okay.
We can do the baseball first. Phillies, 5 ribbies for Max Kepler last night. Since the deadline, Kepler's hitting .288 with 5 homers, 17 RBIs, .858 OPS. Now, last night, Rob Thompson said to the media, you got to really believe in the back of a guy's baseball card. It's going to happen at some point. I talked to him and told him, you're in a good spot. We believe in you. Now, the question is about Rob Thompson, the manager, and not Kepler, but Kepler, shout out to him. Managing the poor bullpen in the first half, managing the egos of the outfield guys, grinding through the injuries, 86 wins, going to probably surpass last year's win total at 95. What kind of a job has Topper done so far this season for you?
Well, I'm not a big blame the manager. I'm also not a big, hey, this,
Credit
that,
the
the other
manager.
thing. But what I like to give the manager credit for, this is where I do think the manager gets credit, is managing the personalities, managing the egos, managing all of that stuff. And you're right, meaning you got Castellanos, kind of an aloof, wacky dude. You got to massage around his personality right now and not allow him to infiltrate. I think what we saw from Thompson in the clubhouse the other night with the 50
Schwarber?
home runs
Yeah.
from Schwarber, the 500 base hit from Stott. He makes the 500 hit guy feel just as important as the 50 home run guy. The players love playing for him. I like Thompson's demeanor. So I know a lot of people out there want the fiery manager.
Rob Zombie, right.
I don't need the fiery manager. I want the guy who's steady Eddie. I want the guy who never shows panic. I want the guy who doesn't show that things are too up or too down. And he always says it. Hey, you're playing well against the Mets. And he said, we got another game tomorrow. It's not, hey, we beat the Mets 3 in a row, and this is great. It's, we got to get past this one. We got another one tomorrow. That's what I like from my manager. The other stuff, does he do things that make me scratch my head, like bunt the other night with Bryson Stott? And I don't like some of the in-game decisions that he makes from time to time. I don't really think that.
So Rob Thompson, the tactician.
I think Rob Thompson, the tactician, can be questioned. Do I think Rob Thompson, the technician, is going to cost this team the World Series? No, I don't, because I think.
Has that happened before in his tenure? Probably.
I mean, they've made decisions in the past, like in games that, like, you can certainly, like, I know people go back to the Wheeler decision when he pulled Wheeler out of that game a couple of years ago, and you don't love that. But again, those decisions, a lot of the times, I think we're not 100% sure, is that a Thompson thing, is that an organization thing? The lineup. I think the lineup is something that people go crazy about. Why is this guy not playing today? Why is that guy not playing today? A lot of the times, the organization comes together based on the analytics, and they put the lineup together. So Thompson, is he in on that conversation? Sure. So I think Thompson is kind of like an insignificant piece, like in terms of what everybody thinks the manager does. Where I think he is a significant piece is managing the egos, the personalities, the clubhouse. Do they want to play for him? Do they respect him? All of those things are, to me, far bigger than the other parts of it.
Now, if you back your guys too long, though, that can come back and bite you.
Well,
like if you stick with Jordan Romano too long, he's gonna bite you.
Yeah, but you know what? Where's Jordan Romano right now?
He's not here.
Yeah,
he's not important.
Here. That's the
but
thing.
like in the case of Aaron Nola, if he goes with Nola in the playoffs because he's a quote-unquote players manager and he believes in his guy.
That's where I think,
and he believes in the back of a baseball
card. That's
card.
where I think the organization as a whole
will step in.
I think step in, but I think that's where collectively Dave Dombrowski, Preston Mattingly, they all say, listen, Aaron's been the guy. Let's go with Aaron. I don't know that that's Rob Thompson roguely saying, you guys are wrong about this. I'm going with Noel. He's my guy. Like, I definitely, you say being too loyal to the guys. Like, here's the thing. We as fans react to the minute-to-minute, inning-by-inning thing. So, in other words, when he puts Jordan Romano in a game in July – we're watching that game, and we want to win that game in the moment, and we're like, what are you doing? He's being loyal to his guy by saying, I want to see you get out of this because I hope you can help us. You pitching tonight is not making or breaking our season. You know what I mean? Like if I pitch you on Wednesday night in July against the Pittsburgh Pirates and you blow that game, that loss is not derailing our season. Like, they got swept by the Pirates in June or July. Remember that?
Yeah, got swept by Texas in that series, I remember.
But I say remember that. Do we remember that? Like, those 3 losses against Pittsburgh, in the big picture, you're the second-best team in the league. Like, if you had those 3 wins, yeah, it would be nice. It would be great. But the point is, like, you have to sometimes – like, show veterans, we respect you.
Like Max Kepler.
But the Romano thing, when push comes to shove, Romano's on the injured list with a sprained middle finger or something.
Fake injury?
Yeah, I mean, so in the end, they're going to do the right thing. But, yes, there's things that they do that we as fans, like, we want you to do the right thing every inning of every game. And sometimes they're like, look, this guy's not available tonight. His arm's sore. Or, hey, we pitch this guy in the 5th inning all the time, and he does a really good job. So now I want to see how he throws in the 7th inning of a game. You know what I'm saying?
So the fans should trust Rob Thompson pretty much with every move he makes. Has he?
No, I don't know
far?
about that. I don't think Rob Thompson is without flaws. He certainly makes mistakes.
If he has a gut feeling like he wants to hit Marsh tonight against a lefty.
I am not giving Thompson credit full-fledged for what he's done with this outfield. But if you're somebody who blames the manager for everything, lineups, and thinks that he's in, then you also have to say, hey, I give Thompson credit for sticking with Kepler, benching Castellanos, like. If you might say all season long, why hadn't he done this all year? But he's done it now, you would say, hey, I thought he did a bad job all year, but now I'm giving him credit. Now, I don't think he did a good job or bad job or good job. I just think he kind of is part of the organization that makes these decisions.
Now, that kind of talk is going to come down the pike here in about a month when these decisions in-game are just so heavily scrutinized of when this guy pitches, when do you pull him, who do you throw? When does Strahm come in and all that nonsense?
A lot of that, though, this is where I think people judge Thompson. And I think, like, for instance, a lot of that is decided before the game. In other words, what's that?
You believe so?
I've been told that. We've heard it on our show. I mean, we had David Sampson on our show. He was the president of the Miami Marlins. I would think a guy who was the president of a baseball team had some insight as that's how every team. He didn't just say that's how we did it. He said that's how every team does it, is they talk about it before the game. If Zach Wheeler goes 7 innings tonight, who's the guy we want in the 8th? Who's the guy? It's not like, hey, I feel like right now Kerkering's the guy. Like, they make that decision before the game. Tonight in the 8th inning, this is the guy we're going with if it's a left-handed pocket. This is the guy we're going with if it's a right-handed pocket. So they have their guy set up. Now the question is, who is it going to be? Is it going to be Kirkering or is it going to be David Robertson? Here's what David Sampson told us on the Sports Bash.
We will have discussed pregame. Here's what we're doing. We don't want that pitcher. Say it's Zach Wheeler. We don't want him going 5 innings if he throws 45 or more pitches in any inning early in the game. So literally to that level of detail, we're going to talk it through.
So that's an interesting point. Let's say Zach Wheeler throws 45 pitches in the fourth inning. They don't want him throwing 45 pitches in one inning and then throwing again in another inning. So they're saying if he throws 45 pitches in one inning, no matter what, that's going to be the end of the game for him.
I mean, I can get on board with that.
But that's my point.
I think there are some things that you can't plan for, though, that happen in the game.
Sure, but, and Sampson, that conversation was very eye-opening because I had people tell me before, hey, a lot of this is kind of predetermined. And you're kind of like, I don't think so, man. Like, I'm a baseball guy. I love managing games. Like, you don't want to think that the manager has that little impact because part of why we all love baseball is the strategy, and it's a thinking man's game and thinking 2 and 3 and 4 pitches ahead innings ahead. But to hear him say that was almost disheartening, right? Like, he almost was deflating. And then as more people kept telling me, he's not wrong. This is kind of how it's done. Like, the general manager, they go over the analytics, and they kind of put the lineup together. And you're like, wait, the manager doesn't make the lineup like 1995? And it's like, no, that's not how it worked. And it was almost like a kick to the groin of like, man, that stinks. But you're right. Like, there are times where – but I think what Sampson told us was, look, we have a guy that we want to pitch in the 4th inning and the 5th inning and the 6th inning. And it's like, if he can't get through 4, you're going to this guy. And if he can't get through 5, that's who you're going to. This is what David Sampson, former president of the Miami Marlins, told us on the Sports Bash.
Even use of the bullpen, we've gone through and mapped out who we want ideally in the 7th, 8th, 9th, who we want in the 7th if it's maybe our closer, because if you're at a certain part of the lineup because of how the game goes, then we want the closer used in the 7th or 8th. All of that is discussed pregame.
I mean, it's disheartening to hear that, isn't it?
Of how much influence the front office has.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, that is all influenced and decided pre-game of like, hey, tonight, this is the guy who's going to pitch the 7th inning. Why are we doing that? Well, we just want to see him. We want to see how he reacts. Now, in the playoffs, obviously you're going to your higher leverage guys. You're not going to say, hey, let's see what Max Lazar looks like in the 8th inning of a playoff game. That's why I would say, like, you get mad Jordan Romano came in a game. They're not putting Jordan Romano in the 8th inning of a playoff game. Like, that's just not happening. That's why those moves don't make me – they don't bother me.
Over to the NFL, slice number 2. Eagles-Chiefs on Sunday. Question for both of you guys. Is it worrisome to you that so much doubt and criticism is going up against the Chiefs? We've seen in the past that the second you doubt them, Reed, Mahomes, Spags, Kelsey, they all come out and silence the haters. Are you worried that the Eagles are walking into Arrowhead against the Chiefs team that's, been doubted? And they're up against the wall.
Fair question. I mean, I think
is this just who the Chiefs are?
I think we're always in this position of, when a team has been historically a good team, you always give them the benefit of the doubt until they have like a track record. Like when the Patriots were really, really good, and then they just weren't. Like, because they didn't have Brady, so you no longer believed in them. It wasn't just like, this team still has Mahomes. They still have Reed. So you were constantly going to trust and believe in them until one of those guys is not here, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of the way this works. So, yeah, this is a very interesting spot for both of these teams. Now, who has more on the line here? Do you think Kansas City going to 0-2? Obviously, that's a terrible situation to be in. And the last time they started the season 0-2, they did not make the playoffs. It's 2014, I believe, is the last time the Chiefs started 0-2. Was 2014, which was the last time they missed the playoffs. So obviously you have that. If Philadelphia loses this game, they fall to 1-1, which isn't the end of the world. But they have the Rams and then Tampa Bay. The Rams are a team that obviously you played in the playoffs last year, and they gave you all you could handle. You've had all sorts of struggles with Tampa Bay.
They're like the Mets with the Phillies.
So if the loser of this game, who has a better shot to kind of rebound from it? The team that's 0-2, the Chiefs, or the team, I know 1-1 sounds like the obvious answer, but with the Rams and Tampa coming up, it wouldn't be far-fetched to say you're 1-3 right now,
or
right?
2-2, yeah. I mean, I would say with the Chiefs, though, with what they have going up against them now with the Chargers and what happened in the first game of the season.
I just think that Philadelphia's schedule following this. Now, after the Eagles, the Chiefs play the Giants. They then play the Ravens, but then they have Jacksonville. Detroit's kind of struggling along. The Raiders are, probably a middle-of-the-road team. Then they play the Commanders, Bills, and Broncos. So that's a stretch. But
these schedule makers, they just hit you with Chiefs, Bills, Chiefs, Ravens, Chiefs, Commanders,
you
Chiefs,
like this
Eagles.
schedule.
I mean,
tonight's game.
Bills,
now, what are you doing
Ravens
tonight?
last
Do you go
week.
Mets, Phillies, or are you going Commanders, Packers?
Commanders, Packers. My goodness. I mean, you got to switch back and forth.
Yeah, but you get that game on Prime tonight.
But again, you get the game on Prime with Michaels and Herb Street.
I mean, just the Prime thing just grinds my gears because I want to do the last channel
You
thing.
got to do that extra legwork, man.
I go out in the back porch. I do double TV setup, but then I got to sit outside all night.
It's worth it.
All right, what else you got?
Slice number 3.
See, Walker Buehler, by the way, they're interviewing him. Said he's not a fan of the ABS system.
Of course,
I got to hear that audio. I want to hear why there's a pitcher who would not like that system.
I don't know why you wouldn't like that.
Jeez, it just boggles my mind. Go ahead.
Last one here. We got
Slice number 3.
We have some audio here. Bengals head coach Zach Taylor makes a special plea to the fans for Sunday's home opener. He's hoping the team's fans who are attending the home opener this Sunday against the Jaguars will end their tailgating a little earlier than usual. Let's hear what Zach Taylor had to say. A call to the fans of Cincinnati.
When Sam Hubbard is up there as the ruler of the jungle, every seat is packed. And I'd love to look up, I'm just asking for one game, a 10-minute sacrifice from the parking lot. And so that might just mean getting up 10 minutes earlier and getting to the stadium 10 minutes earlier than you normally would, getting in the stadium. And so when Sam's the ruler, I would love to hear that. Just week 1, the rest of them you can tailgate a little extra longer.
Now, the media guys are laughing. They think it's funny, but is it funny? I mean, it's obviously a put-up-or-shut-up year for Taylor,
So this is in Cincinnati?
Right, for their home opener against the Jaguars. He wants people to pretty much he wants people to stop tailgating, get there early, get a seat, for the whole thing.
Yeah, probably not going to happen.
Not going to happen, right?
Now,
when you got $5 beers inside the stadium, then I'll take you up on that. But
I mean, it's hard because I don't know what it's like, in other places. Like, there's so many Eagle fans that just go to the game to tailgate and don't go in the game.
Right.
It's like, I don't know what the Cincinnati – I haven't heard, crazy things about Cincinnati tailgating. You know what I mean?
Is this more of a desperate plea from Taylor to get off to a good start and not lose his job?
Well, they won last week, so they are 1-0. They're
barely against the Browns.
Yeah, they're playing Jacksonville, and I guess he sees a really good opportunity to get his team to 2-0, which, they've had all sorts of problems. Their defense played well last week. And if they can get to 2-0, you're taking any game you can get. The Jaguars won last week. They're looking to be 2-0 for the first time since 2018. Can you imagine that, not being 2-0 since 2018? And then you got the Bengals, who last week had 7 yards in the second half against the Browns. They're the first team to win a game with less than 10 yards in the second half since 1995. So, yeah, they want to try to get off to a much better start than the way that they ended the game last week. By the way, they have a 6-game winning streak, which is tied with the Commanders for the longest active streak in the NFL entering week number 2.
Now,
so the Bengals have won 6 straight.
Of course, some of the fans of the Bengals, they are comedians on Twitter. They want him to do the same, get the play into Joe Burrow 10 seconds earlier. And, if Zach understood how stressful the beginning of the season was for us, he would be much more supportive of the pregame therapeutic activities.
Yeah. Oh, listen,
You know.
I admire the coach for trying to, whip the fan base up and get them more intrigued. It's kind of like so.
But if you were a Bengals fan, would you be pissed off at this plea from him?
Not necessarily.
No?
I wouldn't listen to him.
Like
I went to a
do
Rutgers.
they owe Zach Taylor anything?
He did get him to a Super Bowl.
Okay.
Right? They didn't win the Super Bowl, but
No.
in our lifetime. Now, I think about this. In my lifetime, I have watched the Bengals play in the Super Bowl 3 times. Think about that.
And they bungled all 3 of them.
They lost all 3. I went to a West Virginia Rutgers game at Rutgers. Now, I would say Rutgers has to be in the bottom 3 tailgate experiences I've ever been to. It was bootylicious, terrible.
No, that's up in Piscataway, right?
It was horrible. It was like, dude, this is the worst college football experience I've ever been to in my life. Yet.
Maybe it's changed, though. Maybe with Schiano there and the whole thing.
Schiano, I think, was the coach at the time. It just was it was just no atmosphere. There was nobody. Nobody out, nothing. Stadium probably 65% full. Just not a great college football experience like that I'm used to. And I'm not saying West Virginia is number 1 in tailgating experience, but let me tell you, it's pretty crazy up there on a Saturday game day on a West Virginia home game. It's probably the place to be. I wouldn't say that going to a game in Rutgers was the place to be on the day that I went there. That being said, I wasn't in there by the kickoff.
You were still tailgating.
Even though the atmosphere was crap, I didn't make it in by kickoff. One of the reasons this was the tailgate situation was so far from the stadium, you had to get on one of these buses that look like an accordion to get over to the stadium. Yeah. Let's hear that Walker Buehler stuff about why he doesn't like the ABS. Here's a nugget for you.
ABS? No, I don't.
What about it didn't like?
I think it's inaccurate. I think in most of the stadiums it's not even actually on the plate. I think it shifts certain directions in certain ballparks. I think the human element is a huge part of this game. I think starting pitchers that have pitched for a long time deserve certain parts of the plate that other guys don't get. When I got to the big leagues, I didn't get every part of the zone that other guys did, and I think that's part of our game and should be. I think the punishment for challenging something that's clearly a strike is not big enough. I could kind of go on. I think the ABS system in general is a very good idea. I don't think we have any idea where to put it on the plate. I don't think we have any idea how to function it correctly in terms of the angles of ballparks.
How about that?
Well, I mean,
This
I
is
got
a pitcher, by the way.
I got news for him. I mean, these pitchers every day, every game are getting screwed by these terrible umpires every time.
And he's saying, I don't care.
Well, he should care because he's a pitcher.
I have said what he said for years. That box on the screen, it's the same size for Jose Altuve and Aaron Judge. You can't have the same size box for Judge and Altuve. They're not the same height. He's not wrong about that.
He's not wrong about that, but he is wrong about how important it is.
Yeah, but his point is, it is important, but it's not accurate. So you're going to an inaccurate thing and then telling everybody that it's accurate.
Well, then what are you supposed to do about the bad ball and strike calls?
Don't know.
What are you supposed to do?
His point is, hey, as you become a better pitcher, you get better. Like, you know that umpire's giving you that half inch, you keep going to that half inch.
I mean, they've lived well past their worth to me. I think it's time.
I would say, if you told me they made the switch, I wouldn't argue it. But there are so many times when they show that replay, McCarthy and them, and they show that, and the ball is like, it's touching the line. Is that a strike, the ball touching the line, or is it you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
It's not, I don't think that it's accurate. I don't think that it's accurate. And he's saying, I'm surprised, though, to hear that a pitcher is saying, I am not a fan for it. And he had a laundry list of reasons why. It wasn't just one reason.
I mean, but real quick, if the technology's there, we should use it. I mean, right?
If it's accurate technology, right? What if I told you it was inaccurate? Would you say still use it anyway because it's better than the umpires?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to see these clips circulating every night with these umpires screwing these pitchers over.
That's Nick's Nuggets today. A little Pete's Pizza pinch hitting today. 3 slices brought to you by the Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. The Sports Bash is live today at Chickie's and Pete's. We are at the Tropicana in Atlantic City, where every Monday at 6 you get the Monday night pregame show and the Sports Bash live every Thursday at Chickie's and Pete's Tropicana Casino Resort in Atlantic City, or Chickie's and Pete's in Egg Harbor Township, which I think is where we will be next week. Team 62 combo with garage beer crafted by the legend himself, Jason Kelsey. It's Chickie's and Pete's barbecue burger, crab fries, and a garage beer, with garage beer donating portions of the draft beer sales to Team 62 charities. You got the A.J. Brown Sweet Hot Wings and the B-Doc Impact Nachos right here at Chickie's and Pete's. All right, coming up next hour, One Thought, every game. Casey Joyner next. But first, I need caller number 7 right now, 609-573-3776. Caller number 7 right now, 609-573-3776. The Sports Bash will be on the road at Maynard's Cafe in Margate on Wednesday, September 24th, where one lucky listener, and it could be you, caller 7, will score a bus trip full of Eagles fans for 2 to MetLife Stadium to see the Eagles-Giants Thursday Night Football, MetLife Stadium. The package includes transportation to and from the game, a pair of tickets, and a full tailgate party, food, drinks, DJ, the whole 9 yards. You must be present to win Wednesday, September 24th at the world-famous Maynard's Cafe, Amherst Avenue in Margate. Caller 7 right now. Good luck. All right, 5 o'clock hour, Sports Bash Live today at Chickie's and Pete's. As always on a Thursday, the B-Dog Impact Nachos created by Eagles NFL Hall of Famer Brian Dawkins. It's a game day favorite. Also, A.J. Brown's Sweet Heat Wings. A.J.'s favorite wing flavor combines the nostalgia of his college alma mater with the fiery spirit of his playing days and offers a unique kick to Birds Nation and the Team 62 combo. It's a garage beer crafted by Jason Kelsey. Chickies and Pete's barbecue burger, crab fries, and the garage beer will donate portions of draft beer sales to Team 62 charities all season long. Chickies and Pete's Atlantic City with those specials. Right now we have the special for you guys. It's Casey Joyner from The Athletic, and he joins us on Thursdays for One Thought Every Game, brought to you by BMW of Atlantic City, where your luxury BMW experience is closer than you think. Take advantage of exceptional savings and experience luxury today at BMW Atlantic City in Egg Harbor Township. We got Eagles, Chiefs, a Super Bowl matchup, a rematch in week 2. It's a little early for the rematch here, Casey, so we'll dive into that game, get your thoughts. You got the Eagles obviously coming off a win. Kansas City's coming off a loss here. When you watch Kansas City that first night, if you are a Eagle coach right now looking at that game tape, where are you attacking immediately on that Chief defense?
I tell you what I want to take away from them right now is dink and dunk passes. They don't have a vertical game. Andy Reid came in this year saying, I want to go vertical more. Guess what? You've done the receivers. They're hurt and banged up and things. And Hollywood Brown, it's a great name. Hollywood's a fantastic and applies a lot of big plays and all that. He's been a dink and dunk receiver. He's that way in Baltimore. He's good at that. But I want to take that away and say, hey, you got to go vertical. You got to test our really great safeties. I want to challenge you on those throws and make you run the ball because you're not very good at that. Make you try and throw receivers deep because I don't think you're very good at that. I'm saying I want to take the high percentage stuff away. Don't give them anything, because if you do that, I don't know what Kansas City has an alternate plan.
All right, so obviously last year they did try to take the runaway in the Super Bowl from Saquon Barkley. So is this a game, Dallas Goedert might not play, that A.J. Brown is able to have a big game? Now, he did say on a podcast, no, wasn't hurt, wasn't injured, no problems. They were just zoning me up, and I was cool with that. But is this the week where he can go off against Kansas City?
You would think, because if you're Spagnuolo, I would think the thing that you need to do, I would think the thing that you want to do, You've got to. I mean, that's what the Cowboys did last week. They kept Barkley in check and things. I think if you're them, you're saying, they've got a very good secondary, or at least some pretty good players in the secondary, and they've shown that they can stop the run. So if I'm them, and the Eagles last week showed, hey, you know what? We're still the run team, even though we've got matchups to say we should throw. The Eagles still saying we're a run team. If I'm Spagnuolo, I got to do the same thing he was going to do. I'm going to take away what you do best. And Spagnuolo's really creative, really good. He's one of the few coordinators who can say, he can find ways to sit back in certain types of coverages and have advantages in the numbers against the pass and still find a way to effectively stop the ground game. It's a tough thing to do. A lot of coordinators aren't very good at it. He's got a lot of creative ways to do it. So Sirianni's going to have to get creative too, because I don't think you can just go out there and go head-to-head with these guys, because I think that's not the way you beat the Chiefs' run defense.
All right, you look at the Eagles' offensive line, obviously not a great week last week in terms of the run game. They only had 60 yards against Dallas. We talked about it on Tuesday, but if you look at the Eagles' offensive line this week, can they get the run game going against this version of the Chiefs?
I think they can. The thing is, I really want to see the Eagles throw the ball some more. They're never going to be a pass-first team, and this isn't a great matchup, but the Chiefs, they're not a personnel defense. They're not trying to say we're going to set our guy against you. When you go they're the one team when I'm doing my charts every week, and I'm looking at each position and say, okay, who's left corner, who's right corner, who's nickel, who's safety. They move people around so much. It's like, okay, is that guy the left corner? Is he the right corner? And they switch people around. They change different roles and things. They're really interesting in that sense. So if I'm the Eagles, though, that means they're playing scheme rather than personnel. I'm the Eagles saying, fine, you guys can play scheme. We're going to try and get you matched up personnel-wise, because we don't think you've got the people who can cover Smith and Brown. We don't think you have those guys. I want to test that, because then Spagnuolo's got to do things to say, I can't spend quite as much attention at the run. If they can do that and vary up the types of run plays, you can't just run basic run plays against the Chiefs, because they know how to stop those plays. You've got to give them a couple of different looks, a couple of things not expected. If they do that, I think the ground game gets going. Won't be surprised to see Saquon hit 100.
Casey Joyner, One Thought Every Game from The Athletic all season long. He's got a whole bunch of new stuff happening at The Athletic. He'll tell you about how you can check him out during tonight's Thursday night game as well. But I want to look at the Eagles' defense against Patrick Mahomes. Now, last year in the Super Bowl, we know 42 dropbacks, 6 sacks, no blitzes. Can this version of the Eagles defense get to Mahomes and pressure him without the blitz? They had a blitz last week to get pressure on Dak Prescott, but they didn't have Jalen Carter.
They still did blitz 70% of the time too. The Eagles did not blitz a ton. That wasn't their thing.
A lot for them. A lot for them.
Yeah, exactly. A lot for them. And overall, it's not. It's definitely a lot for them. Chiefs allowed pass pressure on 32.6% of their dropbacks last week. That's 15th in the league. So it's not like they're doing that well. And the Chargers only blitzed them 17% of the time, which is not a high number. So I'm thinking, hey, okay, the Chargers could get that with that. I think the Eagles should be able to get a solid amount of pass rush there. And again, with Mahomes, they're going to try. That's the thing. You want to see them get pass rush, but you can really only get pass rush if they're going to drop vertically. So that's what part of the reason it's like, hey, you know what? I want to see the Eagles get up and say, we're going to start challenging you on these short passes. You don't have a great receiving core. We've got really good people in coverage. We want to get aggressive stop and going after you there because we want to make you throw deep. Because if he's just throwing dink enough passes, you're just not going to get to Mahomes. He's going to get the ball before you have a chance to get there. So get up there on the receivers, maybe play some press. And then you can cut loose your pass rush because I don't think the Chiefs' pass block is that good this year.
Well, if you look at it from that perspective, you've got Isaiah Pacheco, obviously, in that run game for Kansas City. Is that something that would worry you if you're Philadelphia, or you just go all out for the pass?
I don't. Pacheco did not look good last week, and Jesse Minter's a really good defensive coordinator, but he's got a lot of this. Him and Fangio are similar in some ways and such, but I think that. They don't look at stop it. They look at stop the run, but look at stop the run for particular types of approaches. I think that you're going to find the same thing this week. That Fangio is going to be able to stop their or slow down their run game. I've got this run defense as one of the worst matchups for on the board this week. If I'm playing, put it this way, if I'm playing Isaiah Pacheco in fantasy, he's on my bench in almost every league because I just don't think they're going to be able to get that much done this week. I just think. They try and use a lot of games and tricks to get their ground game going with Andy Reid, and he's really good at it. But if you don't have the personnel to block, I just don't think it goes anywhere. And I don't think they have enough consistency up front to be able to move the ball.
Well, we'll see. And obviously, the matchup, you got Travis Kelce, because they don't have a lot of receiving depth on this team. We'll see who the main target is for Patrick Mahomes. We'll get into one thought every game, including tonight's game, which you can listen to on 97.3 ESPN. Commanders and the Packers. And, of course, the Packers are a 3.5-point favorite. The over-under 48.5 on the game tonight. Right now, the home team has won each of the last 8 meetings between these two teams since the last time a road team won. That was the Packers in 2004, but way different teams.
Yeah, way different teams, very, very much so. And it's one of those things where Green Bay, look, they held their defense looked really good last week. I don't know how much that is because the Lions changed coordinators and they still were trying to find their way or what it is, but it bodes well that they did that. And their defense has played really well too. I think it is a little bit of both. Washington did great last week. It's New York though, so I don't know that I trust how good Washington's defense is. It's a short week road game. Green Bay is at home, and I think Washington's going to get the offense going, but I don't trust their defense so much. I'm probably taking Packers in this one.
All right, fun game tonight. Listen to it right here on 97.3 ESPN. Jags and Bengals, the Sunday slate. Bengals minus 3.5, over under 49.5 for that game. Jags seeking the first 2-0 start since 2018. They were 5-11 that year. The Bengals looking to go 2-0 for the first time since 2018. That was Marvin Lewis's last year.
Yeah, and the thing is, the Bengals, I wrote about this in my Monday article for The Athletic, and the Bengals, they didn't do well in shootout games last year. That's where each team scores 24 more points. They want to avoid that this year. They're going to go more with the ground game. Having said that, you still have Burrow, you still have Higgins, you still have Chase. They're going to do more than they did last week. And the Jags have the type of receiving core to go after the Bengals secondary, so I think this probably does go more into a shootout mode. If you're shootout mode, I'm still going to take Burrow and Higgins and Chase. I'm still going to take those guys, even though it could be a 50-50 prop. I'll still take them at home.
Is that an over-under 49.5? You feel over 50 points in this game or what there?
Yeah, I would lean towards that. If I were making a pick on that, I don't know about a heavy lean. I'd probably go 7 out of 10 on that one.
All right, Giants and Cowboys. Cowboys favored by 5.5, over under 44.5. Cowboys are 15-1 against the Giants since 2017. It's the best record by any team against a division opponent in that span. Good defense, though, by the Giants.
Yeah, good defense by the Giants. They got a defensive line. They can get after people. That's a good thing. But you're already talking about benching Russell Wilson for Jackson Dart. I mean, it didn't happen, but there already just discussion and a reasonable discussion based on how he looked. The Cowboys defense did not play terrible last week. They played pretty well last week, again especially considering who they're facing and things. I think the Cowboys defense plays really well. And now that Paulson and Debo and Deontay Banks, they've got some subpar metrics. They're people that you can target very frequently. I'm telling fantasy managers, you're already getting Lamb in the lineup. This is week. You bench Pickens last week, get him in the lineup this week. He has a big game. Cowboys win.
All right, one thought every game. Casey Joyner from the Athletic. Bears and Lions. Big one here. The loser is 0-2. Lions minus 5.5. Over under 46.5 on this one. The Lions have won 10 consecutive games following a loss. That's the longest active streak in the NFL. Can they avoid the 0-2 against the Bears?
Very, very concerned about them. Morton's a solid coordinator, or at least he looks like a solid chops, but you look at his track record, you go, no, he isn't. He's no Ben Johnson. And plus, the Lions lost Frank Ragnow, their center. So it's two big problems. I think their offense is going to get better. You got tons of talent. If you got talent, you've got half the problem solved. So that's a good thing. But they're going up against Dennis Allen. We saw Monday night what Dennis Allen can do as a coordinator. He's really good. So Chicago gets a chance to stay in the game, but Caleb Williams kind of shaky, and I still trust the Lions defense. And plus, I think that that they'll get the Lions get their offense wins. I'm taking Detroit.
All right, he likes Detroit there. Let's go to Rams, Titans, -5. Every game feels like they're -5.5, by the way. -5.5, over under 41.5. The number for the defenses here. The Rams are looking to be 2-0 for the first time since 2021. They won the Super Bowl that year. Titans, 4-game home losing streak dating back to last year. If they lose, it will be the longest home losing streak in 10 seasons for the Titans, who couldn't catch the football last week.
They couldn't. One thing they could do was play defense. I mentioned going into week one, if you looked at the matchups, that the Titans defense is better than people give credit for. I didn't think that Nix is going to do that well, and he didn't. And I think that's part of the reason that the point spread is where it is, because Tennessee can play defense, but the receivers not playing very well. Ward, it looks like a rookie quarterback, and they don't have much in the ground game. Their top backup running back is Spears is going to be out for 4 weeks, so that's tough. The Rams didn't like the way they looked on offense. I think they may struggle, and I think that this could be a low-scoring game. But I think the Rams still. Hey, look, I'll take Stafford and what do you have? Stafford and Williams and the receivers on the Adams and Nakua. I'll take that versus what Tennessee has. I'll take the Rams.
AFC East, Patriots, Dolphins. Dolphins are favored by 1.5. 43.5 over under. I don't know if I feel like I like the Dolphins favored in any situation after what we saw, but the Patriots have a 5-game losing streak in Miami. They even lost down there where they were really, really good. A loss would mark the longest losing streak since a 6-game streak back in the 80s and early 90s for the Patriots here.
That's the thing. I think that's why the point spread is where it is. If you look at these teams, the Patriots, they had trouble covering the deep pass. I mean, they gave up 10.5 yards per attempt to Geno Smith and the Raiders. So, okay, that's not a great offense. That's not a good thing. The thing is, I trust Vrabel and their ability to be able to stop deep passes. Deep passes a lot of times get you stopped. If you're not making mistakes in coverage, you're not going to give those up. The Dolphins, I mean, look at the Wall Street Journal headline today. They're talking about the Tua being a $200 million bust. I mean, they look terrible. They can't pass block. They can't run block. They looked abysmal last week, and plus they look disinterested. Like the team already looks like they're kind of throwing in the towel. That's scary. I get why they're favored. I get why the points why the books would think that they should favor the Dolphins. I'm not favoring the Dolphins this one. I think the Patriots are still a good team, and the Dolphins aren't.
One thought every game. Casey Joyner from the Athletic. Niners and Saints. Niners are a road 2.5-point favorite, over under 40.5. Mac Jones looks like he is going to start here. Brock Purdy is unlikely to play. Niners are 0-3 in games without Purdy since he has been the starting quarterback. Spencer Rattler 0-7 as the starter for the Saints. Yikes, not a lot of points in this one.
Yeah, week 2, and we got Mac Jones and Spencer Rattler. You expect that week 15 and week 2? Ooh, man, that's a terrible quarterback matchup. Kamara didn't look so good last week. Kamara's, okay. And Olave, he's being held back by quarterback too. I mean, everybody loves Juwan Johnson because a bunch of dink and dunk passes. Okay, I don't know if they'll do it this week. San Francisco got a good defense. San Francisco still has CMC. San Francisco still has talent in the receiving corps, assuming Jennings played. And plus, they've got CMC, and he looked really good, and he looked better than Kamara did. It's enough for me to say I think San Francisco wins. I mean, they're not over the top on it, but if I have to pick those kind of things, at least San Francisco can make big plays. I can't see that of the Saints.
All right, one thought every game. Let's go to the Bills and the Jets here. Bills are favored by 6.5 on the road. Over under 45.5. Bills have won 3 straight against the Jets going back to 2023. Josh Allen's 9-4 against the Jets in his career, including 4-2 in Jersey.
Yeah, and the Bills, look, the greatest comeback, regular season comeback since 1967. They didn't count the playoffs, that one great comeback they had against Houston, but they look great. And New York, the thing is, I worry about New York. I mean, everybody's talking about good their offense. Look, hey, they've got a really good defense, but Brandon Stevens, people could tell him, the Jets fans are like, hey, look, this guy's not very good in coverage. He allowed 25.8 PPR points in coverage. That's just it's a fantasy metric you can use when you're looking at personnel, and it's terrible. Now, the Bills have their own issues, but if I'm looking at saying, okay, hey, you've got a coverage weakness, do I want to take Josh Allen throwing out that weakness? I want to take Justin Fields. I like Josh Allen in that one, so I'm taking the Bills.
One thought every game. Let's go to Seahawks and Steelers. Steelers are -2.5, over under 39.5. I mean, this one under 40 on the over under. Steelers looking to start 2-0 for the second straight year. Seahawks look to avoid 0-2 for the first time. They would be 0-2 since 2018.
Mike McDonald, look, he wants to be ground game and defense. It fits what he is as a coach. Defense held his own, but the ground game looked terrible. Sam Darnold, okay, obviously he's a Kevin O'Connell guy. You can see look what Kevin O'Connell did with McCarthy in the fourth quarter. Look at what Darnold did. It's like, okay, O'Connell's the difference here. So I don't know what they have there. Aaron Rodgers, he looked like really good fit in that offense, and they wanted him to throw vertical. He had good vertical numbers last year. That wasn't why he didn't do well last year. He was good in vertical passes, and they've got a vertical offense, and they still have a defense, and it's an early East Coast kickoff for Seattle. So I'm like, okay, I don't like all those factors. I'm taking Pittsburgh.
All right, one thought every game. Let's go to Broncos and Colts. Broncos on the road, -1.5. Both teams 1-0 here. Over under 42.5. This is an interesting game. Broncos looking to be 2-0 for the first time since 2021. Sean Payton hasn't been 2-0 since his Saints team in 2013. The Colts are looking to be 2-0 for the first time since 2009. 15 straight years the Colts have not been 2-0.
Gotta love the Colts team owner putting on the coach's headset to listen to the coaches and what they're called. Like, that is, it's so cool. It's like, I want to know what I'm paying for here. Yeah.
Oh, just what the coach wants, right?
Just what the coach wants, but at least he's honest about it. Like, hey, she could probably do it surreptitiously. I want to know. I want to see what's happening. I want to get an idea. I mean, I own this team and I want to check. I'm like, okay, I like hands-on. It can be a good thing as long as, she doesn't call the plays. I think we're probably good. But Broncos, best defense in the league, and their offense is going to play a lot better. I mentioned that the Titans matchup was not good for them last week. The Colts defense is a lot better. I get why the Colts are at home and only 2-point dog. I understand why the books would think that. The Colts look as good as they did last week because Miami stinks. Denver doesn't stink, so I'm taking the Broncos.
You can listen to that game on our sister station, Rock 104.1. That's the 4 o'clock game. Panthers-Cardinals. Cardinals -6.5. Over under 44.5. If the Cardinals if the Panthers beat the Cardinals, they played last year in Week 16. Bryce Young, 3 touchdowns, and how different are these two teams from the two teams that played in Week 16?
I think it could be different. And Carolina didn't look like they carried over last year to this year, and that's a concern. They didn't. That you go, okay, hey, you never can tell if it's going to. Look at what happened to Detroit and things. You just don't know, and it could be, and they might be able to get there. I'm not giving up on Bryce Young just yet, but he was 29th at vertical fantasy points. That's terrible. You just can't. You can't be that bad, and I don't think they're going to get much of a vertical game going. Kyler Murray is the worst vertical pass quarterback in the league. But and Carolina's done pretty well against that. But having said that, I mean, it's at home. It's Arizona. I don't think Arizona's going to get a big win here, but I'll take Arizona and their talent over Carolina and its talent because I just trust where Arizona is, and I trust that they're at that level. I don't know, is Carolina regressing and they're going to get back there as the season progresses, or get back there in week 2? I think the former is the answer to that question.
One thought every game. Sunday Night Football right here on 97.3 ESPN. Falcons and the Vikings. Vikings -3.5, 44.5. Vikings could be 2-0. Falcons would fall to 0-2, which would be their 4th 0-2 start in the last 6 seasons. With a win, Minnesota would be 2-0 for consecutive years for the first time since 96, 97, and 98.
Yeah, and the Vikings. that they do it in the fourth quarter, because you look for the first three quarters and J.J. McCarthy, like, whoa, he's not very good. This is not the Michigan J.J. McCarthy we all saw. And then you go to the fourth quarter and, O'Connell made some adjustments, because that's a really tough defense to face. I mean, Allen's a really good defensive coordinator. So I think we're going to see more of what McCarthy was in the fourth quarter. We're going to see more of that in this game. And McCarthy and Penix, remember, they were in the national championship and all that things. They both played really well. I think we're getting some of those high-flying fireworks there. But I like McCarthy versus the Falcons defense more than I like Penix against the Brian Flores defense. So I'm taking Minnesota.
All right, one thought every game, Bucks and Texans. This is one of the Monday night games. There's two. You can listen to this game on 97.3 ESPN. DeMeco Ryans 11-3 following a loss. Best winning percentage by any head coach since 2000. Bucks looking for their fourth straight win. Longest win streak under Todd Bowles if they get it.
And they kudos to them for what they did last week. It's tough to start the season on the road in a divisional matchup against a solid Atlanta team. It's not like it was a great team, but a solid team. Not an easy win. So kudos to that. Now you got to go to Houston. I think that's not the easy matchup. Houston's got a really good secondary, by the way. It's going to make it hard for Ibuka to repeat what he did last week. They've got a really good secondary, but they have a terrible offensive line. They really do. And I think the Buccaneers, they still have more talent that they're going to be able to take advantage of, because they have a better offensive line and they've got a better situation. I just don't trust C.J. Stroud being able to hit his receivers, so I'm taking Tampa.
All right, one thought every game, Chargers, Raiders, AFC West. The winner is 2-0. It's a 10 o'clock start on 97.3 ESPN. Chargers -3.5 over-under, 46.5. Chargers seeking their first 2-0 start in consecutive seasons for the first time since 01-02. The quarterback was Doug Flutie for that team. The Raiders have lost 5 straight games as a home underdog, and that's where they are in this spot.
Doug Flutie, we are going old school in this one, aren't we?
Hey, that's the facts, Jack. That's the last time they did it.
Chargers, Raiders. I'm looking at the Herbert and Smith both. They threw for a ton. They threw for 369 vertical yards and 3 touchdowns on vertical passes last week. So just only on vertical passes they did fantastic, and that's really good. Chargers and Raiders, though, I like their defenses. I don't know that they're going to be able to repeat those matchups. I think it's probably going to be a high-scoring game. I think we might see, maybe we'll see more of Ashton Genty. They gave him the ball a lot, but he didn't do much. And the Chargers, you got Hampton, you add Harris back in and such. They've got, they brought in Quentin Johnston, and he had a really good game. I'm looking at this, and I just see so many different things. I went through this a dozen different times. That I'm looking at this going, it's probably the closest game on this board, I think, even with the 3.5-point spread. I think personnel-wise, the closest game on the board. So I'm going to pick the Chargers to win the game, but I think it's going to be exceptionally close, and it's really a coin flip.
All right, and, of course, you can listen to the Eagles and the Chiefs right here on 97.3 ESPN. That is on Sunday. Eagles-Chiefs. Chiefs are -1.5, over-under 46.5. So this one, Philadelphia going on the road. We just broke down all the matchups here. What is the biggest thing in this game that will separate the two?
Biggest thing in this game that will separate the two is the Eagles can throw the ball. Can throw the ball vertically. I don't think the Chiefs can. I think the Chiefs only have a dink and dunk game. I'll give you a stat on Kelsey. He had a 37-yard touchdown on the scramble. You take that out, 1 catch for 10 yards. I mean, Kelsey's not even the guy anymore. And Worthy might play, but he's got the busted up shoulder. I just keep looking at it going, Patrick Mahomes is a Superman. He can do a whole lot of things, and he's really good. And he showed, hey, I can have backup players, and I can still almost beat the Chargers. I can almost do it. I don't think the Eagles are a team. He's even at home. I think there's a limit to what your Superman powers can do. I think the Eagles were in the green. They are his kryptonite this week. I'm going to take the Eagles.
All right, he likes Philadelphia to go on the road and beat the Kansas City Chiefs. That would drop the Chiefs to 0-2. The last time they were 0-2, they did not make the playoffs, and that would be a very interesting hole for them to try to get out of. That's one thought every game with Casey Joyner here on the Sports Bash. What do you got going on this football weekend?
What I got right now is if anyone wants to take on these picks, if you want to find out more about these picks, confidence levels for both straight up and against the spread, and confidence levels if you're in a confidence pool for confidence rankings, like 1 to 16, you can find those in my article at The Athletic. Just go to The Athletic, either fantasy or gambling section. You'll find all my work there, plus my fantasy articles that cover the Bengals issues I talked about and the best and worst matchups of the week.
Check that out over at The Athletic, at KC Joyner TFS on the X platform. And right here, one thought every game on the Sports Bash. He'll be back on Tuesday to recap week number 2. It comes and goes fast, man.
It flies. I can't believe it's already here.
All right, there's Casey Joyner, everybody, here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. It is here. It is already here, and we're already in week 2. And Casey Joyner's One Thought Every Game segment on the Sports Bash. It's brought to you by BMW of Atlantic City. Your luxury BMW experience is closer than you think. Take advantage of exceptional savings and experience luxury today at BMW of Atlantic City. A.J. Brown said something that should make Eagle fans feel good. But what is the biggest concern about their defense? You'll hear what a former general manager said that concerns him about the Eagle defense. That's coming up next, plus the Phillies and the Mets. Phillies are going for the sweep against the Mets tonight. We got Eagles, Chiefs. We got Phillies and Mets. What a great time to be a Philly sports fan. And we're doing it live at Chickie's and Pete's in Atlantic City at the Tropicana. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash.
Go back to the Super Bowl. Patrick Mahomes wasn't Patrick Mahomes because of that unbelievable Philadelphia Eagle pass rush. They lost Milton Williams, Josh Sweat, and Brandon Graham to retirement. And you look at those ends, Nolan Smith and Jalen Hunt, they were largely ineffective against Dallas on opening day. Look, it's only one game, but you want to make up for question marks in your secondary, you attack the passer, something the Eagles have been able to do for the last several years, but not to come out of opening day with at least one sack, to me, is a massive question mark for Philadelphia.
On SportsCenter, big question mark for Philadelphia, the pass rush. He's not wrong. They had 6 sacks in the Super Bowl, but 4.5 of them are no longer here. Josh Sweat and Milton Williams. Are they going to be able to get the same pressure? And I'll tell you one big difference, guys, in this game is Joe Thuney is not playing tackle like he did at the Super Bowl. And that's one of the reasons why Josh Sweat had a field day and why Milton Williams had a field day is because Thuney's generally an inside guy. He had to go play tackle, so he got turned like a turnstile on the outside, and you're good. And the inside guys, where Thuney would generally be, had a problem. So how big is it the fact that just the Chiefs' offensive line with Josh Simmons and Jawan Taylor playing tackle as opposed to the Super Bowl arrangement that they had? And is he wrong that the fact that the Eagles didn't get a sack? Now, I was looking at those numbers we talked about on yesterday's show, but I went and did a little bit more research on those numbers in terms of the pass run win rate. And number one on the list, according to Pro Football Focus, we talked about it with Andrew DiCecco earlier, and he said, look, you know, they those numbers have a place. But number one, Josh Uche, he had a 92.7 Pro Football Focus pass rush grade. He won 43.8% of his pass rush. And also on that list was Nolan Smith. So do we anticipate that the Eagles will be able to do what they did in the game on Super Bowl Sunday, which is not blitz, and still get to Patrick Mahomes?
Yes.
Is that a concern for people?
I think Tannenbaum, he only told you one side of the story, Mike. The other side of the story is the Chiefs' interior offensive line got abused by the Chargers in Brazil. Sumalatala looked horrible in that game. Trey Smith, he continues to have penalty issues. By the way, Jawan Taylor always seems to lead the NFL in offsides or holding penalties.
He will definitely get a false start penalty at the game this week.
So Tannenbaum can talk about all the guys the Eagles lost, but he's not talking about what the Chiefs didn't do, which is they didn't fully fix their offensive line.
So the Eagles need, or do we think that the Eagles are going to have to dial blitzes up this week to try to get to Mahomes, or should they? Because look, Josh Sweat's not there, Milton Williams isn't there. Should they be able to get to him? I think they will be. I think the pass rush, will be able to. Now I'm interested to see how Zadarius Smith mixes in here. Do they use him in this game? Does he have a role? Does he end up having a big role? That's a guy that I think is a wild card for the Eagles, right? I mean, Jalen Hunt, by the way, the Eagles injury report is out, and Jalen Hunt, who was on the injury report yesterday, was a full participant today.
Correct.
Landon Dickerson was also a full participant today. DNP for Josh Henning, for Dallas Goedert.
I'm here. Henning is always a DNP. No,
DNP for Josh. No, DNP for Dallas Goedert today, and signs are pointing to him not playing. We talked to Andrew earlier, and the fact that he's not out there would be a sign. And we know Tanner McKee and Will Shipley are not going to play. But Dallas Goedert with the knee, that's going to be a big thing too, because last week you had 7 catches from the tight end position.
Yeah.
And I think that's an area, as Casey kind of talked about, that you could probably find some holes in their defense. They do have good corners with McDuffie. I'm interested to see if A.J. Brown is used a little differently this week. Now, we do have some sound from A.J. Brown, who was asked about. He was on the Jordan Schultz podcast, and he was asked about the fact that he only had 1 catch last week. And A.J. said, I read all the stuff on the internet that maybe I was a decoy or I was hurt. Listen to what he said.
As a receiver, it is tough because you want to touch the ball. You want to feel like you're contributing. But, yeah, that was tough. But, I try to do a really good job of staying locked in and staying ready. I've seen a lot of stuff on the internet, had zero separation and
all that
decoy, all that. and which is crazy because none of those things were true. I got zoned the entire game. I didn't get not one single man rep. So obviously there won't be any separation, and I'm not hurt and I wasn't a decoy. Just kind of how the game went.
Two things there. One, it's good to hear that he's positive about that, right? Hey, I'm not hurt. I wasn't a decoy. They just zoned me. I got not one man-to-man opportunity. So cool. The fact that we won the game, I thought that was positive to hear. And two, does it make everybody feel better that's why A.J. Brown was not a part of the game last week?
I mean, I think it does make me feel a little better because of what you just said. The zone team, Cowboys are a zone team. Kansas City might not be a zone team. So I still think it depends on what Kevin Patullo can do. Really just get off to a good start. Just take the straitjacket off a little bit and show us what you can do.
Well, I think that point is a good one, is that get Kansas City behind early. Because as Casey Joyner just talked about, they do not have a big play offense. And you would be making them – the one thing that would, I would say is the improvising nature of Patrick Mahomes. Do the Eagles, with Adoree Jackson, they can target him. But if the Eagles can get pressure and then Mahomes starts improvising, that would be the thing, is if Mahomes is improvising and there's breakdowns in the coverage. I think, to me, that's the only way Kansas City, because they just do not have a big play offense. I don't see them getting that big shot down the field, right? I mean, is anybody afraid about them getting behind you and getting big plays?
No.
Well, you're only a little concerned because Xavier Worthy did return to practice today.
All right. I mean, even with Xavier Worthy, I would imagine that okay, so this is an interesting question, and we could talk about this tomorrow with Sal Palantonio, of course, 5 o'clock. Is Xavier Worthy the type of receiver that you would have Quinyon Mitchell follow around?
I think you certainly have to consider it because the guy on the other side is a one-trick pony.
Right, based on their person. In other words, they don't really have – the drop-off from Worthy to the next guy is pretty precipitous.
Hollywood Brown.
And Hollywood Brown's a big play guy, I will say that.
But he's a one-trick pony. He basically is a guy you say, run as fast as far as you can.
So do we think Adoree Jackson can run with him?
Well, listen, if we go off of Adoree Jackson's athletic measurables, he should be able to run with him. But as Vic Fangio said earlier this week, remember Fangio said Jackson's problem isn't his ability, it's basically focusing on the technique and the fundamentals. So
yeah, I think that's he said technique. He's got to be cognizant of his technique. You're right about that. Now we had Q Myers on yesterday, who covered Jacorian Bennett with the Raiders,
right,
and said that he thought that he was one of the best corners in the league last year, right? I mean, before he ended up getting hurt. And one of the reasons is, he said he's got a chip on his shoulder. He's a Maryland guy, in terms of they are the overlooked team in the Big Ten.
Right.
And one thing that I like about Jacorian Bennett is his closing speed. I think he's got the speed to kind of, run with a guy. So with a guy like Hollywood Brown. So Jacorian Bennett, to me, would be a guy that would be intriguing in this week's game.
Would you rather see Bennett on the field than Jackson then?
Well, if you're asking me, I would rather see Bennett start the game and be the guy and just grow with him. Let him grow into the defense. Now, I'm not going to go crazy because, as we saw last year, the Eagles played Avonte Maddox for 4 weeks before they finally made the change over to Cooper DeJean, and the team took off defensively. So they were 2-2 after the first 2 weeks of this 4 weeks of the season. Adoree Maddox was playing. That was a weak spot. They identified the weak spot. They upgraded the weak spot, so they can do something similar. So I'm not going to go crazy. Now, if Adoree Jackson's having a rough day at the office, I would like to see them make that change in-game potentially.
The problem with it is that Fangio is the kind of coach who he cares more about if you know how to run the defense than he does almost anything else. So,
well, and, we talked about that with Q Myers yesterday, and he seemed to think that Bennett is a quick learner and that he should have a grasp on that. Now, of course, he's not talking. Maybe he is talking to Jacorian. He said he knew the guy pretty well and talked to him a bunch. So maybe he has talked to him and got that information. But right now, is he up to speed? Look, again, I said probably about 4 weeks that they would say, let's see what Adoree Jackson does, and if we have to make the change, we think we have a guy here.
The other part of this conversation is, remember, Mike Tannenbaum can also ignore the fact that who was not on the field in week 1 was Jalen Carter. And we know Jalen Carter, as Sal Palantonio has pointed out numerous times here on the Sports Bash with you, Mike, is that Jalen Carter was the second most double-teamed player in the NFL last year. So that has a domino effect. So
well, that changes everything for the whole team. You know, last week against Dallas, you're not getting those interior double teams. And now everybody else, you know, I could say, hey, let's double team Nolan Smith, or let's double team Jalen Hunt and make them work harder to get to the quarterback. This time around, I doubt you're going to be able to double team Smith and Hunt. And now let's see. You know, we saw the pass rush win rate. I always have trouble with that. Pass rush win rate, meaning how many times do you win when you're rushing the passer against the offensive tackle? And, you know, they're saying you beat the tackle 43% of the time, making, you know, causing pressure. Can Nolan Smith win the one-on-ones? Can Jalen Hunt win the one-on-ones? Because with Jalen Carter back, they should get more one-on-ones this week than they got last week.
And Carter's mindset we should see the best version of Jalen Carter on Sunday afternoon.
I hope this has focused him up. Like, we don't know what kind of penalty he got from the team. We don't know if they did penalize him, but I hope this has focused him up to say, you know what, it's time for me to just focus on football and keep my name out of the headlines for negative reasons.
Which Sirianni, I know he didn't want to tell the media, you know, what kind of discipline he's getting for good reason, but, you know, I think he could give us a little bit more information of how the team handled the stuff with Jalen Carter.
Yeah, I'm just not sure that he did the player any favors or the team any favors. But, hey, guess what? It feels like it's kind of behind him, right? It kind of feels like it has blown over, at least for now. We'll see how it all maps out. It's all right here on 97.3 ESPN. Hey, listen for that sounder to go off one more time tonight. It's the Sports Bash Live from Chickie's and Pete's in Atlantic City at the Tropicana. Starting to fill up in here, PG. Starting to fill up for
Got
the
some
Thursday
crab
night
fries.
football
I see some
game.
crab fries. Yes, sir.
Commanders and Packers. Listen to it tonight on 97.3 ESPN.
I'll watch every game after, so you have to learn from it. I mean, that it's not, it sucks that you lose the game, but in order to progress and to be better next time, you have to watch it and learn from it. And so I don't know the exact amount of times, but you watch it, and then you watch it in the off season with the team and with the coaches, and then you watch it obviously this week as well. And so they had a great game plan. They played hard and did a great job of disrupting my timing. And so I have to learn from that, find ways to get the ball out of my hand, and then when the opportunities are there, I think that's something I did miss early in the game, is there was opportunities to make plays, and you got to make those plays, because if you don't, they're not going to allow those opportunities again.
That was Patrick Mahomes talked about how many times he's had to watch that Super Bowl over again. They had to watch it this week.
Wasn't this Jalen Hurts had that exact same quote last year? Probably. Teams have just reversed, right? Are the Eagles now the Chiefs, and the Chiefs now somewhat the Eagles?
Let me ask you this question. Would you be majorly disappointed if you lost this game to this Chiefs team? Does it feel like a game that if you lost, you're disappointed by the fact that you lost to this team?
I'd be okay with it.
Really?
Yeah, I'd be okay with them losing this game. Now, don't get blown out, but...
See, I would say I would be okay with it, but I would be disappointed because I feel that this Eagles team could be special, and in order to be special, it's basically you beat the Chiefs last year in the Super Bowl. That was the first step, and now it's almost like we are surpassing you. We beat you last year. That was great. We're the Super Bowl champions. But now we're at the top of the mountain. Like, winning this game in their building is almost like your era is over and our era is starting. It's almost the start, the kickoff of the Eagles era, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it does make sense.
That's what I'm looking forward to. That's why I'm hopeful that the Eagles win this game. And I think right now they are just a better team than the Chiefs are. Now, I will say, in the Super Bowl in 2022, I thought the Eagles were just a better football team than the Chiefs. And quite frankly, they probably should have won that game in Phoenix.
And we'll see what Jalen does this weekend. Hurts, that is. What kind of game he has.
All right, Phils and Mets tonight. Got Jesus Luzardo pitching for the Phils. David Peterson for the Mets. Looking for the sweep against the Metropolitans. We're reacting to it all tomorrow. Tomorrow on the show, we are live. Stop out tomorrow and see us. We are going to be live at Jersey Cow in Northfield. It's their 3rd anniversary party. 3 years of Jersey Cow. Best ice cream in the area. Stop by tomorrow, and I will prove it to you. You will tell me this is the best ice cream in the area. Tomorrow, Jersey Cow, Sports Bash Live, Northfield, 2 to 6. Stop out and see us. We'll talk to you then tomorrow from Jersey Cow in Northfield. Thanks to everybody here at Chickie's and Pete's. Thursday Night Football tonight on 97.3 ESPN. Have a great night. All right, before I get out of here, I need caller 7, 609-573-3776, 609-573-3776. Caller number 7, you are entered to win Eagles, Giants tickets Thursday Night Football. You're on the bus. If you are a winner, you must be present to win at Maynard's in Margate on Wednesday, September 24th. One lucky winner will get a pair of tickets, transportation to and from the game, and a full tailgate party. It's a long tailgate party. I mean, they got food and drinks and a DJ and all sorts of stuff. This is a day. This is a package. This is a great day. You must be present to win at Maynard's in Margate. Caller 7 right now, 609-403-0973. 609-573-3776, 609-573-3776. Caller number 7, you're on the list. We'll see you.